Welcome, welcome. Hello, number ones. Welcome to the live stream. It is Friday. We are streaming on 4 platforms simultaneously. We have a massive multi-stream. I hope you're doing very well. Thank you so much for tuning in. We are very green today. Good afternoon. Thank you so much, RK Fun 101, for supporting the stream with a $20 donation. That's very generous of you. Thank you so much. Very much appreciate. You say also love all your videos. Thanks, man. Very much appreciated. All right, so let's see. Oh yes, I need one background picture, and we need to move this to the side. One moment. You'll be like, but couldn't you do this organization and preparation offline? And I will answer to that you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. But here we are, my friends. Here we are. So massive thank you for supporting the stream, RK. Very much appreciated. All right, let's see at the even the drink is green. Actually, yes, it's a Mountain Dew, non-sponsored, I suppose. Could you imagine Metatron sponsored by Mountain Dew? How would I even connect that? I'd be like, you know, Roman Empire is cool, but you know what else is cool? This is the kind sponsor that made this video possible. Oh gosh, if the Romans had access to Mountain Dew, how much more could they have marched? That's the question. All right, so we are starting with the questions today. Kalin says, Hail Metatron, pardon, Metatron, yeah, no problem. What do you think about the idea of ancient fantasy Hoplite Paladin? Man, Hoplite Paladin, never heard of that combination, but I mean, why not? Thing is, though, if it's a paladin in the sense that it looks like a late 15th century medieval knight, because that's pretty much what a paladin is, but then they fight in the Hoplite formation. Yeah, it would have to be, so they're not mounted, which is fine. I mean, English knights historically were not mounted and actually dismounted and fought on foot, so that's fine. I guess if the terrain helps, supports that kind of formation combat, then yeah. So if you're building that in a fantasy, I would say if you wanted to make logical sense, then you would have to make sure that the terrain is suitable for phalanx formations. Hail Pompey, OG, good to have you here. Thank you for joining. Mines or Pompeii, Gladius? Mines, absolutely mines. Pompeii is too thin for my taste. Did the Romans have drinks similar to soft drinks? Similar to soft drinks? No, not really. But they did have drinks that, I mean, were supposed to be refreshing in a way. It's just that I guess we are a little bit obsessed with the usage of sugar in modern drinking when it comes to that kind of stuff. I mean, the Romans did add honey sometimes to wine, so the idea of making your drink sweet is not unheard of. With that being said, and spices as well, but with that being said, I think maybe the closest thing they had to a modern soft drink would have been what they called posca. And posca was a combination of water and vinegar. I think it would have been a 1-to-4 ratio, but the ratio is only mentioned in really late sources, so we don't know if that was a... Anyway, whatever amount of, I suppose, vinegar ratio to water you are comfortable with. And believe it or not, it is surprising. I mean, it's an acquired taste. Of course, I tried to make a few. It's an acquired taste, but it's not bad. It's and I can see how, like, a Roman soldier after all the march be like, give me a bit of posca. Incidentally, there is that passage in the Gospels where Jesus says he's thirsty, and then instead of giving him water, a Roman legionary takes a sponge, puts it and drenches it inside of a vase, a nearby vase or amphora, which contained vinegar, we are told, and kind of pushes it to Jesus's lips. And I've often seen this interpreted, even in Italy, to be honest. This has often been interpreted as, oh, look how they're mocking him. He's thirsty and they give him vinegar. No, I don't think it was a mocking. It feels like, oh, look at that. They're torturing him from a modern perspective because we have access to what we have access to. But first and foremost, the fact that there was an amphora or a vase nearby containing vinegar, it's not surprising. I mean, the legions were there and that's their drink. So at the end of the day, I think it's an act of compassion. You have to look at it from the cultural perspective of the time. I think when the legionary heard Jesus saying, I'm thirsty, and maybe someone said, oh, the man is thirsty, should we give him water? I actually interpret it as the legionary had compassion and said, oh no, give him some Polska. Give some Polska to the man. That's how I interpret it. And I think it's closer to a culturally correct interpretation that isn't clouded by modern day perspective. That's how I see it. That's how I see it. Let me know what you think. Okay, so I think other questions. That's good questions we're having today. Already starting very well. Okay, we've got a few super chats, very much appreciated. Let's have a look. And then we'll get back to any question. J.E., thank you very much for the support. Congratulations on 1 million. Thank you very much. I love your show, your candidness, and your unapologetic honesty. Oh, I am unapologetic, all right? Thank you for all the work and dedication. Please keep up, and God bless. Thank you very much. Same to you. Very much appreciated. Aussie Annihilation. Thanks for all your hard work. The content you provide is invaluable. I appreciate you. I am glad you think so. Thank you very much. Trying to do my best. Jet Trooper 212, again, thank you for the support. Is there a historical event you would like to see made into a film that hasn't been made before? Alternatively, is there a historical film you'd like to be remade? I'm not sure about remakes of films because sometimes I have a feeling that stuff gets remade even though it doesn't need to be, whereas there is stuff that doesn't get remade that I would love to see. This happens both in video game context and in the broader media spectrum. An event that hasn't been... I'm trying to think, actually, because this might take... Because I'd say most of the major battles, most important battles have been done. I would love to see some everyday life, and rather than focusing on generals and legendary heroes and commanders and princes and kings, maybe it'd be nice to have like a movie dedicated to the everyday person in ancient Rome, in the Stone Age, for what we can put together in the Bronze Age, and everyday events rather than events that kind of mark an epoch, if you think about it. So maybe that's what I would like to see at one point. Be very interesting to piece it together and reconstruct it, in fact. I've heard Polska is quite refreshing. Yeah, it's not too bad. Question, Amiga 500 or Atari ST? Amiga, but I'm an Amiga fanboy. It's like literally my favorite computer ever is the Amiga. So there is that. I'm a little bit biased, I suppose. Thank you, Tom, for the support. I'm planning on visiting Rome on its birthday. I have booked tickets for Pantheon and Colosseum. Can you recommend other places to visit? Well, if you're going to the Colosseum, then there is, of course, the... what did you call it? Imperial Way. Where you walk through this long road that leads from the Colosseum. Then you walk through this road, and on the side you have all the statues of the emperors. I think it's amazing. So you got like Octavian, Octavianus Augustus, you got Tiberius, all the different emperors, Claudius. And then as you go through this, eventually you will reach the Trajan Column. So that's a must. That's a must. And it's very easy. You could do it in 20 minutes. 15, in fact, if you walk relatively fast. And it's a beautiful area. Then what else would I recommend in Rome? Well, of course, I imagine you're going to spend at least, I would spend a day at the Vatican. Go to St. Peter's and whatnot. You might need to... You should buy the tickets online. Much better. So you don't spend like half a day queuing or lining up. So that would be something you should do. And then what else? In Rome. I mean, there are the usual stuff, walking around, Trevi Fountain is beautiful. Piazza di Spagna, gorgeous with all the stairs. You can go up the stairs. You know, Rome is my wife's favorite city. She loves Rome. Yeah, any question. You can ask anything today. Today, no boundaries. Ask anything. Ask away. Also, massive thank you to anyone on Twitch today. I'd like to say that lately, because I go live on Twitch Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, so I go live a lot on Twitch, which is why you should totally come and follow me there. But we've had a lot of subscribers, and we are now, as you can see, at 133, so 7 more, and we hit our next goal. So once again, massive thank you to anyone supporting on Twitch. It's important to grow the other platforms too, because you never know these days. Maybe if the channel gets deleted because of wrong thing, I need to make sure that I try to grow other platforms as well. I'm sure you understand. You never know. Thank you very much for the support, Noah. If I could use Naruto's shadow clone jutsu to Eiffel Tower my wife, would that be genius or cuckoldery? I have no idea what this even means, mate. I don't know what it means. You know, I did watch a little bit. I wasn't too much into Naruto, I'll be honest with you. I watched it a little bit. Played mostly the games, though, because with my colleagues in Japan, when I was living in Japan, my colleagues and I would have these post-work sessions where we would play, you know, a Naruto game. One of those that is like combat, VS, and we would play it all together on PS4, sometimes at my colleagues' apartment, sometimes at my apartment. We used to all live in the same apartment because these were owned by the company that we were working for. So like I was on 203, 204, 205, 206, 207, they were all my colleagues. So there is like literally walking around, walking once 3 steps. So we played a lot. I was a Sasuke player, favorite character. But there is that. Oh my gosh, the sub guy just did it. He just went through the roof. We already passed our goal on Twitch. Thank you very much for the goodness gracious, man. 10 gifted subscriptions on Twitch. W in chat for the sub guy 734. Massive thanks. Goodness gracious, man. That was insane. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Very much appreciated. Supporting, I said, with a th. How do you like that? Thank you again, man. Really appreciate. Thank you so much. Question from Matty. Would you care to make a video about the historical Cimmerians? Yeah. And if they have anything to do with Conan the Cimmerian. Cimmeri. How do you pronounce it? Cimmerian in English, right? Because we say Cimmeri in Italian, but I'm sure that that's because we are Muppets with a C. So I imagine it's Cimmerians in English. Yeah, no, that could be interesting, actually. That would be very fun. I'll look into it. Why not? Sub guys are legend, we have been told on YouTube. Getting some sub guys getting some respect from YouTube. We got some cross respect. Thanks again, man. Man, we already gone past. You see, that's what I like actually. The Twitch updates the subs automatically. That's kind of cool. I wish YouTube had that kind of stuff with members. But then again, I updated manually. It's not a huge deal, but yeah. I think YouTube really needs to up their game when it comes to streaming, because there are these kind of inside features that are nice. Thank you very much for being a member for 18 months, Higashi. Otsukare Kyodai. How's your wife coming along? Also, how's your training going? Wife is doing very well. Right now, she's at an appointment. She is having her hair done. And she's feeling very well, so I appreciate that. Thank you for asking. And my training is slowing down a little bit because of all the preparation that I'm doing. So I think I kind of want to get a gym membership, because I mostly train at home. But I believe that if I actually paid for a gym membership, then I would feel more compelled to not waste the money. So I know there is a gym not too far away from here. In fact, I believe it's a gym I could jog to, which would be nice as a way to warm up. So then when I enter the gym, I can hit the weights immediately. That's probably what I'd like to do. No, man, waste of money, bro. Yeah, totally. Absolutely. I hate wasting food as well. Like, it's something, like, it's got to be put in the fridge. Like, I just hate the idea. It is what it is. Just hate the idea. Mona Lisa asks, when is your baby due? I'm gonna say soon, but I prefer not to specifically tell you the date for privacy reasons. I hope you understand. You never know these days. Thank you, Mike, for gifting 5 Metatron memberships. And for those of you who have received now the free membership, thank you again for your generosity. And man, you look buff. I need to take you as an example. Am I right, guys? I was going to say, for anyone who has received a free membership now, keep in mind that we do have extra videos for members, and then sometimes during streams we will have like, hey, let's do a 5 minutes for members only so that members get the attention. So yeah, that's some of the perks of becoming a member, I suppose. Thank you again, Mike, very much appreciated. If you want to work out, just start a farm. You know, this, you're right, the sub guy. The only thing we do here is and I say we meaning my wife, is we make our own bread. We bake our own bread, sourdough, every 3 to 4 days. And the other thing and it's really good. And then the other thing we do is that we grow strawberries. So we make our own strawberries. It'd be nice to expand it a little bit, to be honest. But we'll see. So Tunar asks me, Metatron, what are your favorite books, fiction and non-fiction? When it comes to fiction, I love Conan. I actually do. If not, I would say R.A. Salvatore, so the Drizzt, Do Erden, is that how you pronounce it? The Drizzt trilogy is what I really like. Is it a Babytron or a Cherubim? Oh, that's adorable. Thank you, RK Fan, for becoming a member. Really appreciate your membership and generosity. So we made it kind of a round number, if you will. Yeah, Lord of the Rings is great. It's a little bit of a long read, and sometimes the very long descriptions of every single blade of grass. I mean, it's fine, but it's a great book. Great book. I prefer watching the movies, but great book. I know that now it's become a little bit the thing that you always say, no, the books are better, and I believe it. I believe the books are better, generally speaking. Although I do love the visual aid. So, kind of depends. Tomatoes. Grow your own tomatoes. Yeah, that'd be nice. Actually, maybe that should be the next thing we do. Tomatoes. My wife's grandfather, he has a farm, and he grows sweet corn, cotton, and a third thing that I forgot. He explained, he tried to explain these rotations, but I can't understand him because he's from Alabama. He's old, and I don't understand a word. Like, I try. It's funny, actually, because it's easier for me to understand Mandarin Chinese and Japanese, including regional variations, than it is to understand my grandfather-in-law. But hey, it's a me problem, I get it. Plus, he also struggles to understand me because, of course, I have an accent. And so, but usually when we speak to each other, it ends up being, what? Sorry? You what? The what? Beg your pardon? Sorry? That's how it is. But, yeah. I love them. Very nice people. The food is great. It's just that to me, when he speaks, I only hear, that's what I hear. But hey. It is what it is. It's also because he's old, right? So he doesn't fully, like, I guess, enunciate. That's something that happens with everyone in every culture, I suppose. Thank you for your support, Cosmic Virtue. I really appreciate. Thank you. I know this is Metatron. I can't really read this, but I appreciate it anyways. You must know how to do garlic, said Metatron. My mom used to buy so much garlic and oregano. Literally, our kitchen was constantly filled with oregano branches and garlic. It looked like we were trying to repel vampires or something. What happens if you put pineapple on pizza in Naples? You probably get lynched. What armor would you pick if you were a lower class peasant? A helmet. Definitely a helmet. Helmet would be the first choice to protect my head. And then if it's the only thing I can afford. If I can afford anything else, I mean, it would be nice It depends on the century, actually. It depends on the century. So, like, you could wear a jack of plates if you can afford it. Mail would be good, but then again, mail alone, when we are in the 15th century, starts to be considered inadequate. So maybe mail with something on top, like a low-level brigandine. Of course, if I'm lower class, then probably I wouldn't be able to afford the hand-spun silk velvet with brass reinforcements. Like, of course, maybe something like with larger plates and something a little more inexpensive, if you will. Where in Sicily are you from? Palermo. Just came back from Taormina, really enjoyed it. I actually used to teach a class in Taormina back in the day when I was a full-time teacher. There was a class that I would teach in Taormina, and then most of my classes were taught in Palermo, but I kind of traveled. Occasionally for exams, I used to go interregional, so I would go to Sardinia. I went to Sardinia twice for exams, meaning students had to take tests with me. I went to Lecce, the south of Italy. I went to the Naples area, Rome, a couple of times in the north, but then I stopped. It was a lot of work and it wasn't really paid that well. I mean, I was paid more than usual, but not like in comparison. I'm paid better with social media. Like, there's not even a you can't even compare the two. It's a shame though, because I think teachers should have higher paychecks, because they literally help us shape the next generation. I think it's one of the most important jobs, in fact, together with those jobs that help keeping the peace, whether it be law enforcement, or be firefighters, whether it be medical professionals. But you know what I mean? I think teachers are up there with these jobs as well. And I think they should be paid better. And then we should have higher expectations, because these days teachers are not paid enough, and also our expectations are terrible. And some teachers are awful, absolutely awful. So I do think that our society as a whole would benefit from a much better and better paid teaching class. I really do believe that. But then again, I don't know, maybe I'm biased. Thank you, Captain, for being a member for 16 months. Maybe that's what's the word? Consistency. Metatron. So thoughts on the all of the sudden worldwide censorship? Because it seems like this type of thing repeats throughout history constantly. I'm not sure if it's some kind of conspiracy that you're discussing. Censorship has been a problem for a while. It isn't anything new. Believe it or not, in fact, under dictatorial regimes of the 20th century, there was more censorship than there was in ancient Rome, up to a certain extent. Kind of depending. But yeah, no, for sure, censorship is a massive problem. Look who we've got, guys. We've got an amazing guest. We've got a guest star, Rachel. Wow, from the can't think of Crucible. From the Crucible. Thank you so much, Rachel, and congratulations for your appearance at the Joe Rogan Experience. Incredible appearance, by the way. And she says, "Tell me about your favorite music, please." Gosh, I grew up with old school Metallica and Nirvana, because when I was 13, that was the bomb, really. Otherwise, I would say Stratovarius, if you're familiar. It's a type of epic metal, and mostly because we used to play epic metal when we were playing tabletop games such as Warhammer Fantasy. It was always epic metal, because, nothing better than a cavalry charge against Chaos Warriors with epic metal. Like, it's amazing. So yeah, Stratovarius, old school Metallica, Iron Maiden, Megadeth, like that would be... I'm definitely a metalhead. Thank you again for joining the stream, though. It's amazing to have you here. Bro stole Andrew's credit card. Andrew Wilson is a legend. Praise the Lord Jesus Christ. Absolutely, Shofar, I agree. Too many teachers are incompetent. Oh, goodness gracious, it's getting worse. It's getting worse. The problem in quality is quality control for teachers. Absolutely. Who was better, Augustus or Alexander? You know what's funny? We are naming my son after both, because we're going for August Alexander. So at the end of the day, I mean, between it's difficult to say because they were better at different things, but probably Alexander the Great is sort of unbeatable when you. But then again, Augustus was a great Roman emperor, Octavian. So there is that. Thank you, Thomas Santos, for supporting the stream. If you watched Rob Noah Debates, he's a conservative debater from The Crucible. Very good channel to check out someday. I'll definitely check them out. Thank you very much for the recommendation and the support. And Mike says, Deus Vult, love the channel, sir. Thank you. You know what's funny, friend, is that actually there is a channel. Is one of my critics. And he literally made this like wall of text of a post when I'm like, goodness gracious, man, touch some grass. Because he was taking all of the screenshots of every time I've used the word Deus Vult, saying that it's somehow some kind of far-right terminology. Like if you use it, then you're far-right. And I'm like, you've got to be joking. You've got to be joking. So yeah, Deus Vult, my friend, let's go. Deus Vult it is. Very much appreciated. Yeah, you're never gonna get deleted if you post that on my. In fact, I encourage it. Let's go. There's Walt. Yeah. Metatron, Roman Catholicism, your belief? Well, I mean, I'm from southern Italy, guys. In general, Italy. Of course, I was brought up Roman Catholic. Do I consider myself a Catholic now? I'm baptized Catholic. Not really. I prefer to call myself a Christian and not solidify into one single denomination as of now. Now, whether or not I will decide to focus on one denomination at one point, maybe. As of now, because there are things like, for instance, I constantly have criticism for the Pope. I had criticism from Pope Francis because he was preaching universalism, and to me, universalism is not compatible with true Christian doctrine. The current Pope, he pisses me off on the political side, usually, but he did say a few things that were better than Francis. So I'm not a huge fan, but maybe it's an marginal improvement. But then again, it is part of being Catholic to complain about the Pope. We've been doing it since the Middle Ages, so nothing new. But then again, as I say, my parents, my mom, very Catholic woman, to a point that you should have seen the candles, guys. She had the best collection of red candles that you would ever see. She was competing with the local parish, with the local church. I don't know who had more candles. And Padre Pio symbols. My mom or the church. I don't know, guys. So there is that. Are you working on learning any new languages? Yes, but I need to first reach fluency. I want to first reach a solid B2 if we look at the European frame of reference for my Mandarin, which is my language number 5, because I'm still not happy. I'm not fluent. I consider myself intermediate in the language. I want to reach B2, and once I do, then I will probably move on to another language, just out of passion, not that I need it. I actually recently made a video about it on my second channel, Metatron's Academy, the one all about language learning and foreign language acquisition. I made a video where I said what my next languages are going to be, probably, but first, we're going to get to a decent level in Mandarin before we can do that. And man, that takes time. That takes time, my friends. Let me see. Have you ever measured how long your hair is, asks Asmo RL. No? Like in centimeters, you mean? Not really, no, but I can, let me see. Let's have a look. Let's have a look online. Where does it reach? That's where we are at right now. Yeah, I guess. So it's getting a little out of hand, I suppose. But you know what's funny? Is that I don't know how many years it's been since I've visited a barber shop. Seriously. it's a barber shop. Yeah, if it were up to me, I guess they would all fail. So I'm glad that people go. So there's that. Let me see. Are there any good rock or alternative Italian singer bands you recommend? Italian band. Yes, actually, there is a band that I recommend. Moneskin. Moneskin. It's written Maneskin. Man, it took me a while. Moneskin. They are really good. They're from Rome. They're really good, actually. Moneskin. My wife really likes them. That's what we listen to usually in the car. And then she constantly asks me, what are they saying? What does this mean? What is this? What are they saying? And this one? And what are this one? And what about this word? So yeah, you like them too, Rachel? Good. Yeah, Moneskin are good. It's funny because you can tell they're from Rome, both when they speak, obviously, but also when they sing. Also when they sing. Very cool. I like them a lot. It's pretty good music. Back in the day, a band that I used to like from Italy, although they're from further, I think they're from Milan or somewhere in the north, is Prozac. Prozac Plus. We say Prozac Più in Italian because Più means plus, which, by the way, is the name of a medicine that people used to get. And I think if you get enough, you can get high on it. So these people were probably drugged to their bones. Not a good example to follow. However, the music was kind of cool. It was Italian punk rock. So I used to like them when I was a kid, but not every song. But they had like 3 or 4 hits that went really popular and were constantly played in the Italian radio in the 90s. And I think the lead singer is a girl. And she sounds really good. Occasionally they would swap place with the guy, but the guy did not sound good at all, so I would skip those songs. But yeah, so I would say Prozac Più, Prozac Plus, and Moneskin would be the Italian. But Moneskin are better. Both cool though. So Carmelito asks me in Italian, perché non hai I sottotitoli? Which means, why don't you have subtitles? Subtitles on what? Like, you mean my videos or live streams? What are you? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Let's see. Kim asks, greetings Metatron, are you also learning to write Mandarin, or is it that a silly question? Also, do you think Japanese script and language is more difficult, as I would not know? Yeah, so of course, yeah, now I'm learning to write. It's not the very beginning. I started, so Japanese was one of my majors at university and Mandarin was my minor. So I did study. It's just that in Japanese, I used to know about 2,000 kanji, the characters. Now I'm a little rusty. When it comes to Mandarin, I'm probably at around maybe 600 or 700 right now. Yeah, no, of course, you have to also learn that. Otherwise, you would always be sort of penalized when it comes not only to your, obviously, your ability to read and write, but also in general understanding the etymology or connection in between words, because once you see how they write them, it actually makes it easier to remember them. For instance, if you see how the Japanese write the word for to rest, it's a person next to a tree. And that's because, since these are really ancient, it's a very ancient form of writing, then the idea was that when you had the vast majority of the people were farmers at the time, right? And after that, they would work the field. If they were tired and they needed to rest, they would just sit next to a tree and lean towards it. And so that's why, even in the way they write today, you still see a little bit of a mirror into aspects of daily life, of sometimes even the Bronze Age, if you really go all the way back to the beginning of writing systems in China, in dynastic China. And I love that, because when you see that, you kind of connect with the language, so you have to learn how to read and write. I have a little bit of a controversial opinion when it comes to which one is harder to read or write, and I think it's Japanese. Japanese is objectively harder, because it's less logical and less systematic. You have to think about it this way. Japanese kanji, they are Chinese in origin. They didn't invent them. They invented a few, they did, but the writing system is Chinese in origin. But Chinese is either monosyllabic or bisyllabic. So their words are either 1 syllable long or 2 syllable longs. And the system is built for that. Japanese, however, is multisyllabic. For instance, samurai is 4 syllables. So to fit multisyllabic or plurisyllabic words inside a system that was created for mono or bisyllabic words is a bit of a problem, and Japanese has to mostly rely on mnemonic skill in order to remember how to read the characters, and each character has multiple possible readings. Chinese is a lot more logical when you have to read it. So to me, it's just a lot easier to read and write. It's still extremely hard, so I'm just saying comparatively. But yeah, that's my opinion anyways. Let's see. Springan asks, would you ever consider going back to Italy down the road, or has that ship sailed? We will visit for sure, but we're not going to move back to Italy. Our life now is in the United States, 100%. Damiano David is a great singer, says Rachel. Yes, absolutely, Damiano. Yeah, absolutely. I think we read it David. Damiano David. I think we read it like that because we say the David by Michelangelo. I think that's how we would read that. And no, we're not going to move back to Italy, but we will visit the relatives, visit my dad, of course, and we are planning on raising my son bilingual. So in the house, we'll try to speak Italian to him mostly, whereas with his grandparents, he has to speak English, and outside school, friends, he will speak English. So hopefully we'll manage to raise him bilingual so that when we go back home, he can interact with family, cousins, because the majority of my family does not speak English. There are some exceptions. I've got some cousins that are very fluent in English, but there are other family members that wouldn't be able to communicate with a child. Plus, I think it's nice. Give him a little extra automatic skill. Why not? It's just that you have to do it within the first 6 months with the sounds. There are some contrasting studies when it comes to that from a linguistic perspective, but generally speaking, children will lock sounds within the first 6 months window, and then they become native of those sounds. And then within the first 3 years when it comes to vocabulary acquisition and sentence structure. And if you do that right, they'll be bilingual. They will be, even if you start teaching them at age 6, they'll be extremely fluent and even native-like when it comes to pronunciation almost, but they won't be truly bilingual. There is a window. It's debated, but there is a window. So we're going to work through that. Thank you, John, for supporting the stream. Thank you for your generosity. I heard you were one of those far-right bigots, LOL, who likes logic and proper reasoning, so I'm in. Yeah, welcome, my friend. Literally, now, like, it's funny because I think the people that call everyone far-right, if they were to fall and break a leg, and I ask them, which leg did you break? They would tell me, I don't know. I think I broke is it the left leg or is it the far right? Like, they don't have anything else. It's always like, please turn far right. I'd be like, what? When they're giving me directions as I'm driving. Where do I go? Straight or turn right? No, turn far right. Turn what? I don't think they actually have it anymore. It's automatic far right. So there's that. Fascinating. And so you were asking, will your son have an Italian name or a name to match your wife's ethnicity? We have already kind of decided. We're going for August Alexander. Alexander in honor of Alexander the Great, and August in honor of Emperor Augustus. That's what we are thinking for the name. We'll have to see. It might change. We might swap them around. We don't know yet. We'll see. We'll see. We're talking about music. I don't understand the statue. Hey, Augusto di Prima Porta. This is my favorite emperor, so he will always be here. He will always be here. Thank you, Carls, for the support. Familiar with Baroque composer Salamone Rossi? No. For those who don't know, Rossi, which is a popular northern Italian surname, means reds. Reds, like the color, but plural. And Verdi means greens. It's just, we like Bianchi, Mr. Bianchi, it's another surname, means whites. Oh, I guess you can't say that one anymore. They better go change that surname, am I right? Gnostic Man, thank you for the support. Hello, Metatron. Always like tuning in to your stuff. Appreciate. I have a bachelor in linguistic from BYU. Okay, Brigham Young University, yeah. My specialty was Slavic languages and morphology. Have a drink on me. Absolutely. Let's go. I appreciate the support. Man, you have a really good, very good one, man. Do you speak any Slavic languages, or it's more of a, like, linguist type of approach? Isaac G. Cotta, thank you for the support. Italian is beautiful, so is Spanish, entrambi spaccano yet. Perché non ti sei ancora messo a imparare lo spagnolo? Saluti dal Messico. Well, your Italian is really good, by the way, because he says hello from Mexico, so I imagine you are Mexican. And you say they're both, they're both really cool. Now, are you Italian, though? Because I've never heard a non-Italian use the expression spaccano. It means they break, but it's a way to say they're really cool. So I'm starting to think, are you actually Italian and you live in Mexico? So anyways, I did study Spanish, by the way, back in the day. So I do speak it a little bit, but I would put it as language number 7. So definitely not, like, it needs a lot of work. But we did study it in high school a little bit. I guess it's not, what kind of... Well, it's. I imagine I sound foreign. I imagine I sound Italian when I speak Spanish, but in general, I would say the kind of Spanish we learn back in Italy would be Castilian of the Madrid variety. So I do use the TH sound, the interdental. So gracias. To give you another example, me gusta l'idioma. So yeah, no, I don't know. I can't think of an example right now, but whatever. Yeah, that kind of Spanish. Let me see. Yeah, but Bianchi bicycles are a shade of green. Haha. Traitors. Oh, you are from Mexico. Well, your Italian is great. You must be pretty fluent then if you know that kind of slang. Do you plan to have more children? Possibly, yes, but since I'm not the one who has to go through the pregnancy, I'll say it's mostly my wife's. She has like a 60% choice, and I guess I have a 40% choice. If we were up to me, yeah, for sure. It'd be nice to have a little girl as well. And if we do, we already have a name. It would be Giada. It's Italian for jade. Giada, so that would be the name, I guess. Will you teach him Sicilian? No, I would teach him standard Italian. It's a lot more useful. I will teach him the occasional Sicilian word, though, just for heritage and for fun. Like maybe 10 Sicilian words, the most commonly used. But I would absolutely teach him standard Italian. In fact, kind of good Italian with good pronunciation, so that if he ever needs it for work, or if he needs to become an Italian teacher at one point, then he would have the variety that is most widely understood. Yeah. First time catching a stream. Hope all is going well, Metatron. Thank you, DE. I live stream Monday to Thursday on Twitch, and then Friday I multi-stream everywhere. Always the same time, 3:30 Central, with a sudden Italian flair, meaning I'll always be 10-15 minutes late. There's nothing you can do about that. Good answer, more like 90 to 10 though. Well, yeah, sure. Yeah. I don't know what Gmos is, to be honest. Such a pretty name. Thank you, Dreamheart. I personally think the best is to have like a boy and a girl. But even if you get 2 boys, who cares? Whatever the Lord gives. If it's a boy, it is a boy, yeah. We're having a son. Enoch, yeah, it's a little heavy to carry, though. Like, there are some beautiful biblical names or historical names. Like, they are objectively beautiful, but they're a little heavy. So I wouldn't really name my son Enoch. But, I mean, if your son's name is Enoch, much respect for you. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I'm just saying, probably not for me. Like, could you imagine, well, what's your son's name? Tiberius. Tiberius. Well, it's cool, but then again, it's a little, hey, Tiberius, what are you going to call him? Tybee? Hey, Tybee, come on, have a seat, Tybee. Tiberius. You know, if you're going to go that way, then go for the full name of the first Roman emperor at that point. Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus Augustus. Let's go. Every time you're going to say the whole thing. Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus Augustus, come on. It's lunchtime. Don't make me say it again, I suppose. Thank you, John, for supporting the stream. My family is some kind of black stone the left has given it. I don't know what that means. Because of our last name, Mondragon. Oh, cool. Dragon Mountain helped colonize the Philippines and South America, so I guess now I'm inherently bad. Oh, I see. Yeah, I guess the sort of like self-shaming that makes absolutely no sense. Yeah, one of those things. It's a cool name, though. Very cool name. Not answering any question. I am answering all sorts of questions. Maybe I haven't answered yours, but I mean, what can I say? I can't answer every question. That's literally impossible. It's literally impossible. I'm just randomly picking questions. Have you been to Wales and tried the language? Yes, I actually lived in Wales for 3 months. I was in a little town in the north called Deeside. I never tried the language. I only know like Boreda Sitahi. I think that's the only thing I remember. I mean, everybody spoke English. I think it would have been. Isn't it most commonly spoken in the south of Wales, perhaps? Because in the north, not many people spoke it. I only met one old guy who could speak Welsh, and that was it. Which is a shame. Be nice to keep all sorts of like Celtic languages and ancient languages. Be beautiful to maintain them. Was learning Japanese difficult to you? Asks the tens. Any tips for those starting out? Was it difficult? Yes. It took 8 years to reach fluency, 4 of which I spent in Japan. With that being said, I never felt it was difficult because I loved it. So difficulty is not just a matter of subjective difficulty in language learning, meaning, yeah, there are some languages that are clearly harder to learn, they're more complex and whatnot. But it's also a matter of, so that's objective difficulty. I don't know if I said it right, but there is subjective filter. And if you're really passionate about it, something extremely difficult might become interesting. On the same note, something objectively easier might be impossible for you because you just don't care. So while you add your personal interest, as long as I think you're methodical with the way you learn the language, meaning you have to match input with output. If you don't speak and you just receive input, you're never going to learn to speak. So there is that. Yeah, but no, I mean, yes, it wasn't easy. I mean, Japanese is tough. It took 2 years before I could start actually forming sentences coherently at a decent speed, and to actually understand them when they were speaking to me, it took about an extra year. Speaking to each other, I needed a year in the country to actually understand it. Like right now, it doesn't matter unless like you put me in a conference about applied biology and quantum physics, then I won't understand anything. But if in everyday conversation, I understand Japanese no matter how fast they speak. But that took a while. All right, let's see other questions here. Tiberius could be nicknamed Barry. That's kind of funny. Oh no, I'm not gonna name my son Remo. Sorry, no. I'd rather go for Romolo at that point. Romulus. Sprechen Sie Deutsch? No, nein. The only thing I know is warum, because I heard it in a movie and it's stuck in my head to ask why. Thank you very much, Jay, Jaron Green. Good to see you, man. How you doing? Hi, Metatron, Jaron here, wishing you and yours a happy St. Patrick's Day. Thank you very much. I've sent you an email on a possible collaboration with the channel for my graphic novels. You can reach me on Discord. Fantastic. I'll do that after the stream, mate. Appreciate that. I know sometimes I'm a little difficult to get a hold of. Very much appreciate. I apologize profusely for that, but definitely we'll talk 100%. Megadeth Metatron shirt. Yeah, that could be fun to make. I do own, of course, a Megadeth shirt. You've probably seen it. Any advice for Japanese after learning all the basics? The same advice that I would give about learning any language. One thing that really helps is find channels. You could do it with anime, but you have to pick an anime that doesn't use vocabulary that you would never use. So when it comes to anime, it's fine, but you have to be careful because you might end up learning stuff that the Japanese don't actually say. So it kind of depends on the setting of the anime, I suppose. Otherwise, find those like vlogs where you have Japanese people and they speak to you. Find a vlog that is something at your level +1. So there are new words, but generally speaking, you kind of understand. And then while you listen to it, and you need to do a lot of listening, But while you're listening, instead of just doing passive input, this is what I do, and I did it with a lot of languages that I've studied, is let's say that they are describing something. Anytime they ask a question, you pause and answer it out loud. And then whenever they speak, do some shadowing. So they speak and you repeat at almost simultaneously to kind of get yourself ingrained within the rhythm of the language. But don't do that for more than 10-15 minutes because it's very taxing for your cognitive abilities. It can be really tiring. So do that maybe 10 minutes tops. But then let's say that they say something like they tell you, today let's go to the park. Pause and comment. Pretend you are in a conversation. So you could say, yeah, sure, let's go to the park. I like the idea, whatever. Now, given this is a little bit of an intermediate, you have to adjust it. So make it easier. And always try to, if you're a beginner, I would say be careful in creating sentences in your own head, because if you do that, you'll probably do them wrong. So perhaps when you're a beginner, you might want to use sentences that you take from natives, because then you'll know for a fact they're correct. Build an amount of those, and then with time and experience and with a lot of listening, you'll start, as you're a lower intermediate student, you'll start to be able to build your own sentences in a correct way because they will feel correct. If you try to do that too much at the beginning, you'll say things that natives don't say, and you'll learn things incorrectly. Always speak, though. Always. You're writing, read it out loud. You have to speak, because you have to build up the muscle memory that allows you to be fluent in any language you choose, and to actually speak without having to block yourself, be too slow. You've got to speak from day one. From day one. Hot dogs are sandwiches. Sure, I know there is a debate about it, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. All right, let me see if there are other questions. Thank you for being here, the sub guy 734. Hope to see you later, because we're gonna play some Resident Evil Requiem later on the stream. All right, let's see. Do you know Aramaic? No, unfortunately. I think I would rather, because I did take 1 year of biblical Hebrew, I'll probably go back to that before. All right, let's see. All right, so there's a question from Tokumei. What is your opinion on the idea that Abrahamic traditions that follow Levitical code are wrong and should only follow the 19 words of IHVH? Oh, yeah. Well, it depends which one, because when you say Abrahamic traditions, it's literally the three big names. So it's kind of, I don't want to speak for Jews or Jewish traditions, and I don't want to speak for Islamic traditions, because I'm neither. So if we only look at Christians, then it depends. So Mosaic law is complex. There are a lot of layers to it. And there are some things that we maintain from ancient law in the Old Testament. For instance, Christians should follow the Ten Commandments, of course. But if we open a chapter such as Leviticus 19, Leviticus 21, where we are given all of those prefects, like the section about tattoos, or the section about like mixing fabrics and all that stuff. No, I don't think those apply to modern Christians. Now, as a Christian, I am against tattoos as a personal choice. I do not wear tattoos, but I don't believe it to be a sin, mostly because I'm not a Levite priest. So there are very specific requirements in the Bible, like, for instance, people that have a blemish or tattoos, once again, cannot become Levite priests. And that was in context to distinguish them from the Canaanites, because they did have, among other things, tattoos and, in fact, markings on their flesh that they would cut. So the Israelites, to be set aside from the pagans, they were commanded, you don't do that. Now, I do understand that in general there are Christians that have a lot of tattoos. I would only say maybe as a form of respect. If you go to church, I would cover them, if possible. Of course, if you got tattoos all around your face, it is what it is. You should still be welcome, no matter how you look. But so the people that are of the church should not reject you or judge you for the way you look. Everyone should be allowed in. But at the same time, as the person who's going in, then I would suggest you just conform to a sort of very respectful way of dressing up. That's what I would do. And but in general, I don't think it's a big deal. And personally, I know that there are like denominations like Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons, I believe, don't have tattoos. They base it on different reasons. Jehovah's Witnesses base it on Leviticus, whereas I think LDS base it on modern prophets. But in general, if you have tattoos, I don't think it's a big deal. But there are definitely some aspects of ancient law that have been fulfilled in Jesus. And so we don't stone people. And if people say, oh, but Leviticus says to stone people because of their sins, right, but Jesus specifically counted that his is a higher law. It's a higher way. And so we're not Jews. We're not commanded to do that. Plus, we don't live in the Bronze Age. Jesus specifically said, those who are without sin cast the first stone. And that doesn't mean that he's excusing the sins, but it means that that kind of law has been fulfilled in him. So as we're Christians. We're not Jews. And there is a difference. But that's just my opinion. I'm not like an apologist, a professional apologist or anything. This is just how I live it. Thank you very much for becoming a member, Larry. I really appreciate your support. Thank you so much. And then Larry also gives us a super chat. And you say, hey, Metatron, what do you think about Jewish demonology and black magic? I learned about some from Esoterica. Also learned who Metatron was from him. Yeah, Metatron, the angel with the 72 wings. So the reason, by the way, that I called my channel Metatron is because Metatron is supposed to be the heavenly scribe. He's the only one who's allowed to sit in the presence of the Lord, because all angels stand. But he's the one who's allowed to sit because he writes down the deeds of man. So he's the historian. And the channel mostly being focused on history, that was the reason. I don't know anything about demonology and black magic, specifically in the Jewish tradition, so I haven't got a clue, to be honest. But of course, I would personally avoid any form of demonology for obvious reasons that I don't think I need to specify. Yeah. Makarev, Metatron, did you see the Defender of the Crown is back on Good Old Games? It's a new version with new features called Defender of the Crown. The Legend returns. Holy moly, no, I didn't. I'm downloading that today. 100%. Man, Defender of the Crown still remains one of my favorite games ever. And I played it on the Amiga 500, which objectively was the best version. The most impressive version, however, was the porting for Commodore 64, because of how limited resources they had to work with. How they managed to make that work is insane. But still, in fact, the PC version, the DOS versions are actually quite bad, if you ask me. So there is that. Italian food or American food, asks Josh. Well, of course, Italian food is my favorite, but I will say American food is really good. In fact, it's a different kind of good, though. Sometimes American food gives me the idea that I eat it, I like it very much, but it feels a little bit addictive. And that might have to do with the amount of sodium and sugar involved. Whereas Italian food, it's kind of, particularly where I'm from the Mediterranean. Mediterranean cuisine is, in my opinion, one of the healthiest. There are some East Asian cuisines that are also very healthy, like Japanese cuisine in general is regarded to be extremely healthy. Yeah, I like kind of both. Metatron, why are you so happy? I don't know, I guess clean living and vitamin pills. Captain, saw this poll on top military generals and wondered what your rank would be. 1, Julius Caesar or Julius Caesar. 2, Alexander. 3, Hannibal. 4, Genghis Khan, and 5, Napoleon. So we're going actually from antiquity all the way to the modern period. I don't know if I would put Caesar in front of Alexander the Great, to be honest. Maybe Alexander should be in front of Caesar. Hannibal is great, but then if you're putting Hannibal, shouldn't you put Scipio Africanus since he won? In fact, I think you should put Scipio Africanus instead of Hannibal at that point. But yeah. Genghis Khan was insane, extremely, extremely effective general. Is pizza Italian or American? It's Italian, like that's not even a question. Pizza is Italian, but American pizza, it's its own variety. Absolutely, it's its own version, and I've had some good pizza over here and some bad pizza, but that can happen in Italy too. Make no mistake. In fact, I've seen people say, oh, I've been to Italy once, the pizza was awful. I'm like, how long were you there? 3 days. Well, shut up. Shut up. You don't know anything about Italian pizza. It would be like me visiting one town in America and speak about all American states. I mean, come on. You can't judge New York, Tennessee, Texas, and Florida on the basis of your experience of 3 days in California. It doesn't make sense. And then again, unfortunately, the people that try pizza and don't like it in Italy, in my experience, they tried it in Rome. Pizza in Rome, you can find some good places, but you can also find some really terrible spots where even foreign pizza is better. The best pizza in Italy is in Naples and in that entire region, which is called Campania. No questions asked. And I'm not from there, so I'm not biased. Although then again, the second best place for me is Sicily. Sicilian pizza is fantastic. I've had some really good pizza in Milan, but every time that happened and we asked the pizzeria, we're like, man, your pizza is really good. The Milanese waiters tell us, oh yeah, the pizza maker is from Naples. Every time. Every time. So, I mean, it's a pattern at this point. Neapolitans have the best pizza ever. Isaac says, everyone bashes American food, but who doesn't love burgers, hot dogs, apple pie, cheesecake? I sure do. Me too. Man, I love a good burger, but I'm telling you this right now. I don't know if this is controversial, you tell me, but I prefer fast food burgers over the super gourmet burgers that you can get at like restaurants or diners that are so tall I can't even bite them, and then you cut them. Not my thing. Not my thing. If I'm gonna get a burger, I'm getting it from fast food. It just is. It is what it is. And there are plenty of things that I prefer at diners, but burgers are not one of those. It is what it is. Which I keep saying, I don't know why. I'll try to stop it. You could make a YouTube channel like that. Like what? Do you like sardines or margaritas? Neither. Greeting from Greece. Hey, Nikolaos. Kalimera. Neapolitan is the style I learned. Very cool. Thank you, Wraith, for the support. Have you seen the trailer for the upcoming film Desert Warrior? If you have, what are your thoughts on the film's historical accuracy? No, I haven't. So when is it set? We could have a look during the stream if you want. When and where is it set? I'm just writing it down here. Making a... Let's see. Mental note. Making a mental note. Supreme on Rumble says, I keep getting videos from this weird place in Cambridge in my recommendation showing a full English breakfast being served on top of a pizza. Oh, that's disgusting. Come on. I do love a full English breakfast, though. Every time we go to the UK, now used to be United Kingdom, now it's United Caliphate. Every time we go there, it's been a while, but every time we go, I always have English breakfast. Like literally, if I could, I would have it every morning. I freaking love it. I don't know if they're gonna change that, but we'll see. Hello from Romania. Hey, Vialcuran. Thank you for joining the stream. Very much appreciated. Hello, the Lady Dixon. Thank you for the support. Check out my comment on your last video. It's Grok's reply to your suggestion on becoming Skynet. Oh, yeah. I'll have to find it, man. I don't know what it is. But here's the thing. What this is because on X, I think someone said that they are, or maybe it was a comment on a video. Yeah, it was on a video, right? Yeah, I did read it. I think it's the one where you said that you asked Grok what he thought about me, and Grok said I was pretty good on X and loved my posts and my videos. It's actually kind of funny because then I replied, well, then I hope that it's Grok the one that becomes Skynet. So that then they'll remember. Don't eat fast food. Look, public library. I'm already addicted, but I don't eat it too much. I'll have fast food like once every 10 days. And in fact, not even that. It's dependent on, for me, fast food, it's never an answer to I'm hungry, I don't know what to eat. But I only order it, or we only order it when you really have the craving. When you're like, man, I just want a I just want a double cheeseburger today, and that's it. And in fact, when I say fast food, I also include more healthy choices, like, for instance, Jersey Mike's. You can't tell me Jersey Mike's isn't awesome. I love Jersey Mike's. Man, it's so good. Oh, wow. The film is set in 7th century Saudi Arabia. Well, then I wouldn't be able to tell you if it's historically accurate because it's completely outside of my area of expertise. I haven't got a clue. Thoughts on Japanese pizza? Asks Makarev. When people say Japanese pizza, usually they can mean two different things. Italian pizza made in Japan by Japanese who studied in Italy, or what they call the Japanese pizza, meaning okonomiyaki, which is a completely different thing. If you ask the second thing, I like okonomiyaki. It's just it has nothing to do with pizza. If you ask me the first thing, then I'll tell you this much. One of the best types of Italian-style pizza that I've had in a foreign land is in Japan. In Japan, if you go to places that are kind of random, then pizza is basically a cracker and it's terrible. But if you go to those places that have the sign outside that says Vera Pizza Napoletana, which means real Neapolitan pizza, these are Japanese that went to Naples, studied out from Neapolitan pizzaioli, learned how to do it right, went back to Japan, opened a pizzeria, paid thousands of euros to get the proper sign, and in order to get it, you need to pass the test. It's an association of real Neapolitan pizza, by the way. It's a Neapolitan association that functions internationally. And then they order the Caputo flour from Campania, and they really know how to make it. Like, you will get some of the most Italy-like pizza ever, and it's in Japan. I know because I used to work for one of these places. I used to work for one of these places in Japan, among other jobs that I did, because I used to teach Japanese on Wednesday. Sorry, not Japanese. I used to teach Italian on Wednesdays to Japanese when I was living there. But on weekends, I would work in this Italian restaurant, and then I would also work as a translator for this company. They used to order food and even ovens from Italy. Ovens. They would have the entire thing shipped and reassembled. Insane. The Japanese are very dedicated when it comes to this kind of stuff. Thank you, Tommy. Hey, sir, a few months ago in stream, I asked you to identify the helmet in my family crest, and I emailed it to you. Can you please help me with it? I'll have to see, mate, because the problem with emails, I don't mean to be disrespectful, and I appreciate your support, of course. The amount of emails we get as content creators is impossible. Like, I'll have to see. I'll see what I can do, but I don't want to make promises. If I see the email, then I'll respond, but I don't know if I'm going to see it, because I don't think you guys believe me, so I kind of want to show you. Let me see if I can show you what we're talking about. Because I don't think you know the numbers that we are dealing with. Because, of course, every person who sends me an email, and this works for all content creators, including the ones that are a lot more successful than me, but every person who sends me an email wants me to read that email, which makes it physically impossible. All right, let me see if I can show you without disclosing any personal information. Give me 1 second, please. All right. Now, this is just one of my emails. I've got various, of course. Just to give you an idea, this is one of my emails. It's a Japanese email. That's why everything is written in Japanese. Doesn't matter. This is the inbox. You see, it writes 9,999 plus. If we hover with the mouse, I have 61,066 emails that I need to open. Impossible. So I just sift through. I have someone look through this is not even my sponsored email. The one that I get like sponsored stuff. That one I don't even open. So it's impossible. Like we can't open them. They accumulate, and so it is what it is. Unfortunately. How many did they get today? I don't know. I would have to check. But they do accumulate. There's no way to open them. Let me see. Thank you, Danny, for supporting the stream. Very much appreciated. All the best from the UK. Hello. We are not a fallen state. We are in the it's complicated stage. Yeah, I hope you get it back, my friend. Much support for all the patriots in the United Kingdom. Much support. And that guy Starmer, I really hope you can vote him out soon, because that guy is a menace. The Lady Dixon, Grok's reply is on your recent video on what life was like. Oh, I see. That you posted today. Oh, right. It's full answer that I copied right from the app for you. I appreciate it. I'll check it out. And thank you, handsome cat. How are your ex-tien when it's incoherent nonsense? I don't know what that means. Sorry, can't reply because I haven't got a clue what that means. How about taco pizza? No, never had it. Never had it. You don't think Starmer would last 3 years? I don't know. I don't exactly know how the voting system works. Like, if someone goes below a certain level of general popularity, can they be kicked out of office? Because I know that there are some laws like that, but I don't know how it works in the UK, to be honest. Are you still a tabletop RPG player? Not really, no. I don't have the time. My wife still plays, though, every few weeks. She still plays with a D&D group. All I do is come downstairs, say hello, how you guys doing? Prepare my food, go back up and doing my stuff. I don't really join them. Be nice, but... Plus, you know what it is? I'm an old school D&D guy, so even if I did resume playing D&D, it would be old school. Like, none of these races and classes I don't recognize. I haven't got a clue what they are. It's a mess. I would probably play like advanced D&D, old school, proper old school. No problem, Jaron Green. Thank you very much for joining the stream. I'll check out your Discord, was it? Your Discord message. I'm just writing a mental note. Discord, Jaron Green. Okay. Thank you for that. Okay. And let's open up chat again. I'm actually looking forward. Yesterday on stream, we did a few React videos, like we usually do. And then we read a few articles, dismantled them. But then the rest of the stream, we played Resident Evil Requiem, which I'm planning on continuing to play today. And man, it was incredible. It was fantastic. I love that game. Resident Evil Requiem, up to now, is probably my favorite Resident Evil. And I'm a huge fan of like Res 1 and 2 and 2 Remake, which was phenomenal. Those are my favorite. But this one, I think it's even better, guys. I just love it. Really good. Very, very good. Yeah, AD&D probably. That's what I would play. Have you ever been to GenCon? I don't know what that is. So I guess that means no. Something about Islamophobia seems like a misnomer. It's one of those things that they just slap onto you to shut you up and your valid criticism. It's what it is. You see Professor Dave video on you? I didn't know he made a video. If it's Professor Dave, I can already imagine. Fascist, bigot, racist, grifter, far right, there. Okay, well, I will check him out. We'll do a response. We'll do a... Hey, if I'm wrong and he was honest and intellectually honest for once, I'll say it. Okay? I'm making the promise now. You can clip it. If it's not the usual hit piece the leftists usually make on me, like Freda did, like Empanada did, and all those clowns, and instead he was intellectually honest, attacked my argument, presented good logics and good reason, and didn't go into the ad hominem attack far-right bigot, if that's how fraud and that kind of stuff, then I'll say it. Guys, I was wrong. I judged him wrong. He actually did a very good job on me, and I have to apologize, okay? I will apologize. But if it is, expect the counter debunking. Soon, in fact. Because so far, the track record hasn't been great. Hasn't been great when it comes to people who make hit pieces on me. But we'll see. He insulted you and was very extreme. He was insane. Okay, well, we'll respond in kind. I can assure you that. We'll respond in kind. That's the problem with radical leftists, is that they are digging their own grave intellectually speaking, precisely because they, first and foremost, they want to appear, people like him want to appear to be so logical, intelligent, professional, and then they can't control their emotions. Because that's what this is. When they do that kind of personal attack and extra mistakes and that kind of stuff, insults, they demonstrate they do not have control over their emotions, which means that their judgment is therefore clouded. And at the end of the day, it results in, you're not a member of our cult, so we will try to attack your reputation and try to damage whatever it is that the public perceives. And because they have these echo chambers of radicalized individuals that live to hate, basically a reflection of what Reddit and Blue Sky is, then of course everyone in the comments will say, yeah, monster, bigot, I hope it, whatever. And they're happy, they get the views, they make money. That's the only thing I can respect, that they can make money off of it. So sure, yeah, make money off of my name. I don't particularly care. I do off of yours as well. So I would be a hypocrite to say, oh, they should be demonetized. No, monetize that shit. Absolutely do it. Totally. But it's the fact that you lose the perspective of people who are not part of the cult. Whether it be, of course, conservatives will hate you. That's obvious. You don't care because you think they're fascists, all of them. But then centrists will be like, why is this guy being this toxic? So you lose them. And some left-leaning people that are kind of more on the open-minded side will also think, goodness gracious, man, you're toxic. So you only create these weird echo chambers of the worst people you can have on this planet, the same that laughed at Charlie Kirk's death. If that's what you want, have fun. Be my guest. Metatron, that goes both for extreme left and right. You are correct, but no far-right channel has ever made a hit piece about me, even though I have debunked over the years both left-wing nonsense when it comes to the change of history and right-wing nonsense when it comes to it. So if it's nonsense, I've debunked it consistently. They always fail to say that, yet no right-wing channel has ever made a dishonest hit piece against me, but the left has made it their entire... it's like they unified. They created this weird panel. And so, yeah, that's why you're not going to hear me. I'm not now speaking, but the far right, they never tried it with me. Never, ever. In fact, I've seen people that were like, well, I trust Metatron, right-wing people. Oh, that's what he says? I didn't think so. Whatever the topic was. But I trust Metatron. That's what I've seen on the right. On people that I was told they were monsters. Terrible. And the left, what does the left do? Hit piece after hit piece after hit piece, attacking me personally. So no, I don't treat them the same. I'm not going to fence it on this one. They're not the same. And as you see, that's another confirmation. The next leftist that is lying and doing that kind of stuff. They have made me their eternal enemy. And that's the same for a lot of centrists and a lot of moderate individuals that were literally pushed on the other side. It is what it is. And I'm not going to apologize for it. I'm not going to fence it on it. At this point, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Rip Charlie Kirk, absolutely. Seems like they're stepping up now out of desperation. It probably is Scandinavian. You're probably right. You're probably right. You were saying Professor Dave has an ideology and uses logical fallacies to appear superior. Yeah, speaks very fast, kind of like the Destiny trick. When he's like, blah, 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 they speak fast, so they go, oh, wow. Kind of confuses you, that kind of stuff. Yeah, the problem is when you do a reaction video, you can pause. I can pause you. So we'll do that. Let's see. Metatron, Dave Farina is extremely aggressive, and some people have used his style of debate. I prefer Wes Huff style with Carlson. Oh no, I'm aware of Professor. We're gonna look into that. I'm aware of Professor Dave. I know what he's done. Extremely, extremely toxic. You should see him in the comment section. Holy mother of Skyrim. Yeah, I know who he is. Let's see. Ihabe says, Metatron, I am pretty far left, but not on the crazy spectrum, so I haven't seen any of these hit piece videos. A link would be nice so I can see for myself. Oh yeah, no, feel free to watch, and I appreciate, by the way, you see, you're the kind of person that, when you say you're far left, the way I interpret that, because you don't sound like a lunatic, or you don't sound like one of these cultist members that laugh at people's death. So the way I interpret that is probably like on the economic spectrum, on your understanding of social issues, and that's, I can respect that. We will probably disagree on a lot of aspects, but I can respect that because I can see by the way you write that you are a decent individual that has no problem having a civil conversation with people. You're not attacking me directly. So that's why I use the term radical leftist, precisely because if you just say far, well, you could be far left in economics, but if you see like, oh, Charlie Kirk has died, that's an awful thing, I condemn it. Then that far doesn't represent a level of radicalization. To me, it's a level of radicalization that I'm mostly concerned about when I have any sort of interaction, whether it be online or offline, with people. And yeah. So there is that. Have you ever heard of David Wood? No, not really. Alexandros of Sparta. So not sure. Wow. John Lopez asks, do you have a middle name? And if so, what is it? Yes, it's in Latin, and it's Jesus. So it's Jesus in Latin. That's my middle name, believe it or not. Ad hominem attacks are just attempts to redirect a loss. Absolutely. You don't need them. If your ideas, logics, positions, information, facts, politics are superior, you don't need ad hominem. I'll tell you though, I'd never use ad hominem attacks when the contrast or the discussion begins from me. But when people use ad hominem attacks on me and I'm making a response, it's fair game now. Now, I know that it's kind of changed over the years, because back in the day, what I used to do is maintain civility even in the presence of insanity. But since Charlie's died, I think I kind of changed that. I don't know if this happened to you guys as well, but like that it kind of changed the way I approach a lot of stuff in life now. Whether it's an improvement or not, I don't know. But it's just one of those things. Exactly. You see, you say the death of Charlie Kirk was horrible and no one deserves to die like that. I very much appreciate that. Thank you. But there are a lot of people that say, oh, he deserved it. It's his fault. He shouldn't have been divisive and that kind of stuff, or whatever. So that's great. It's great that you are a decent individual. I respect that. Sometimes you have no choice but to remove the kid gloves. Totally. And so Loma Lassi says, Metatron, did Kirk's death radicalize you? Are you a radical now? I hope not. On some aspects, I would say. So as you can see, though, I have become, what changed, I think, is that I used to be a bit like him in the sense that I was willing to speak to anyone. No matter what you believed, let's have a civil conversation and let's debate. And let's discuss, in fact. I'm not even a debater. That has changed. I'm not willing to talk to scum anymore. So you have to be decent. Then I'll be okay talking to you. But if you're someone that belongs to the scum department, no. That's gone now. Not interested. They took out the one guy that was willing to do that. He was willing to talk to everyone. I'm not. So at that point, I truly believe that there are some people that are our collective enemies and they need to be treated as such. I know it doesn't sound nice, but at one point, the problem is that, it was Charlie that took the bullet. Could have well been me at a much smaller case. But at the end of the day, we share the same enemies, whether it be Reddit or Blue Sky. And so could that be my son? Could that be anyone that I respect? So at this point, up to what extent are we going to accept indecent behavior? And it is what it is. I keep saying it is what it is, man. Why am I so fixated with that expression? Dang, I'm late to the party. Where is your stream schedule? It's on the title of every stream. I stream Monday to Friday, 3:30 p.m. with a little margin because sometimes I'm late. How long have you been in America, Metatron? Espresso Martini asks. It's been like 5 years now? Probably 4 or 5. What's the deal with Tyler's lawyers wanting to keep the evidence hidden? I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure, actually. Yeah, no one can talk to everyone. Picking your conversation is not radical. Yeah, I have to agree with that. I think I had a little bit of a naive vision when it comes to what politics is actually capable of creating, even though, again, as someone who studied history, that was probably a flaw. I was too optimistic. And I think I never could imagine someone actually laughing at the death of a father. But it's... When I saw all those TikToks and all of those people, including people of certain level of prominence, joining in, I was like, how is that even possible? Like, I know there are some sociopaths, but I have a feeling that modern political discourse produces psychopathy. Because otherwise, it's sociopaths and psychopaths should be a very small percentage of our populations. A margin. Almost, I'm going to say numerically insignificant, but they are very significant because of the damage they can cause, unfortunately. That grows exponentially. But these days, when you look at all of these TikToks and all, I'm like, holy moly, what the heck is going on? So I think it was a bit of a wake-up call. Metatron, don't you think fascism is on the rise with Trump? I think you don't know what fascism is. I think people are using the term fascism without knowing what it actually means. That's what I think. So the reality is, between Trump and Kamala, however it's pronounced, I think it's Kamala. Between Trump and Kamala, I think Trump was the better choice. And I know that some people will hate me for this, but then convince me and tell me why, rather than calling me a fascist. That's what people are going to do. I really thought we dodged a bullet with Kamala Harris. And I think she was an awful candidate. But the reality is this: if you think, and it's not like I'm in love with Trump, or I'm one of those people that will support anything Trump says or does. I'm not that kind of person either. And the reality is, if you think that Trump is the worst president that has ever existed in American history and it's the rise of fascism, then really the question you should ask yourself is, how is it possible then that he was elected twice? 45th and 47th. How did that happen? And rather than answering with, oh, it's because half of Americans are idiots or half of Americans are bigots, that's a stupid answer. It doesn't work. It makes you feel better. It makes you feel like, yeah, I'm the smart one and everyone is below me. But it doesn't help you. So the real question is, the real question connected to that, if it's true that Trump is such a monster, then we should ask, what has the opposition done? Because if he's such a terrible president, how is it that he won everything? How did he win the popular vote? How did he win House? How did he win Senate? How did he win, literally swung all the states? There must be something that the opposition did that was monumentally incompetent. There has to be. Not only in terms of selecting a candidate, because I mean, there was the whole situation with Biden that at the end of the day was clearly not capable anymore. So that was, of course, a problem because you had to find someone quickly. Clearly, that was a disadvantage. We have to look at this. They didn't have enough time to build Kamala Harris, and I think she made some terrible choices as well when it comes to the way she shared herself. But I do think it's deeper than that. I honestly think that calling everyone a racist, a bigot, a fascist, a Nazi, no matter what, including the center, has backfired monstrously. And that's why he was elected twice, among other reasons. But this constant hatred towards the center, because of cultist far-left mentality, far-left meaning radical, has really pushed the center-right. It happened. You can see it. How do you think the swing states swing? I'm not a political analyst, but a swing state means it has a lot of moderates, right? If you have a state like super red state, you're good luck having those vote Democrat. But if you have a swing state, you have moderates. So you have people that kind of agree a little bit on the right, agree a little bit on the left, but they are not like, I'm gonna vote this no matter what. Those are the people you can swing to your side. But if you call them all racist and fascist for like maybe disagreeing with one or two policies, it is what it is. But then again, I don't want to make it all about politics, so I'm just going to talk about something else now. But you really need to look at your strategy. Thank you, Doggy Dog, for gifting a subscription on Twitch. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much for the support. Good man. Assuming you're a man. I don't know if you're a man. I don't know. Oh, goodness gracious, why do I keep misclicking? I can't even click professional content creator. We have swung so left, the far right is now near center. I mean, the far right is still the far right, but yes, there is a massive... I think you don't need to be a political analyst to recognize there is a massive difference between Democrats 20 years ago and Democrats now. Let's see. 1 million subscribers. I haven't noticed. Wow, congratulations, Metatron. Thank you. Appreciate. It happened a few months ago. You know, it's kind of funny because YouTube has been unsubscribing people. In fact, I would strongly suggest you to check out your subscription to make sure you haven't been unsubscribed. And if you have, maybe it'd be nice for you to subscribe back, because YouTube has been systematically removing people from the subscription against their will. And what's funny is that there is actually a section of the ever so kind and compassionate and empathetic Reddit where there are people that literally spend their days, instead of going out with hot girls, instead of playing games, instead of getting a hobby, instead of getting a degree or finding a job, now what they do is that they constantly refresh my page to see how many subscribers I've lost, in the hopes, I'm not joking, that I go below the million so they can be happy in their poison and hatred. But what's funny is what they don't understand. First and foremost, the number of subscribers is a vanity number. It's nice as a personal achievement. You can say, hey, look at that, I got the plaque. But it doesn't really matter that much. Second, even if that did happen, what that could mean, because I like having always a positive attitude towards things, is that if we do go to 999,000, that could give me an opportunity to hit 1 million subscribers again and do the whole stream to be like, hey guys, let's hit 1 million subscribers together. And if that happens, usually super chats go nuts. So are they really sure they want that to happen? Because it could be beneficial at the end of the day. It's all about your mental attitude, isn't it? But yeah, here we are. I'm very grateful, of course, for everyone subscribing and staying here. But I think it would be so funny if they would explode. They would become so green and purple if I could turn something that they wanted to use against me as a positive thing. And that's how it is. That's how it is. I do believe when it comes to like stuff like haters, cancellation only ever works when you allow it to work. So people can make all the hit pieces they want. It doesn't matter. It doesn't bother me. They can call me whatever they want. I'm still going to continue to post my videos regularly. The only thing that could really block me would be if YouTube at one point deletes my account. I hope that never happens. Just in case, you should follow me on Twitch or Rumble just to make sure you have a second opportunity just in case. But in general, I would say I'm never going to stop. I'm never going to stop, because that's what they wanted to do. They want to attack you and put so much pressure that at one point some YouTubers crack. And they're like, you know what? I can't stand this too much. Never going to happen with me. I'm going to keep posting no matter what. I'm going to be here until 2050. Elon Musk is going to be building, like we will already have the colony on the moon. And Elon Musk is there working on X, and I'm here making videos. Let's go. I'm here making videos. I'm never going to stop. I'm never going to stop. They can say whatever they want. I don't care. In fact, if anything, the more they make react videos to attack me, the more I react to those videos, to the hit pieces, and turn them into profit. So I'll do that. I'm the alchemist. I was gonna say lead into gold, probably more like shit into gold, but hey, I wouldn't even dignify to call those hit pieces lead. Yeah. Aren't you going on Archcast? Is that the channel? Because yeah, there is a channel that invited me, and eventually I will go. We'll just have to, because last time there was this channel that invited me to have a conversation with the host and Carl Benjamin, and I was looking forward to it, but it unfortunately fell on the same day that my wife had an appointment at the clinic for the pregnancy, so I had to postpone. But eventually I will, and also I will have a collaboration with Bo. From the Lotus Eaters. He has invited me. I said, yeah, let's go. Let's have a conversation. I occasionally appear on Critical Drinkers Open Bar and Drotic. Oh, I'm sure that what's his name is going to mention that, because there is the guilty by association, right? Professor Day. I never understood guilty by association. Like, I really don't. Even when I made my own hit piece against that scumbag that is Chris from abroad in Japan, I didn't really use the fact that he's good friends with Piker Boy as a way to be like how he shouldn't be. Well, you can be friends with whoever you want. In fact, you can. What does to associate even mean? That's another thing, because who am I to tell you how you wanna organize your networking, or even just simple basic politeness? Because this is what people have been trying to cancel these days. So I can't even be normally polite and have a conversation with someone. Does that automatically mean I agree with everything they say? Well, that's a you problem. So I as I say, as long as they're, yeah, Bo is great. As long as the only people that are not willing to talk are people that like cross the line. So for me, a Hassan Piker or a Destiny have crossed that line because of the incitement to violence. I don't want to talk to them. But that's me. You may have a different bar, and I'm not going to try to cancel you if you say, no, I'm okay having a conversation with, fine, have a conversation with whoever you want. And that's that. Yeah, Chris abroad in Japan is really bad. To me. I think the Metatron would love to see the teaser Blight Survival official developer update trailer. Is it recent? Because I have reacted to one once, but I'm not sure how recent this one is. Metatron, the long-haired man. Yeah, that's me. That's me, all right. That's me, all right. Let's change color. Let's go for red. I feel red now. Let's go for red. Let's do a little red. Oh, that's orange. Where is the red? Red. Got a little red now. And then in a bit, I'll change this other one too, so we get nice colors for a change. All right, so we talked a lot. Thank you, Ironbark72, for subscribing on Twitch with Prime. Very much appreciated, of course. I hope to be able to hit partner in 2026, to be honest. I still don't have the numbers, but eventually, maybe. We'll see. What do you think about the millennial reign of Christ already happened theory? I never heard of it, but I don't believe it. I think it's yet to come. Christmas-tron, yeah. Totally. You seem like a pretty chill guy, but I think your video response to World of Antiquity was kind of harsh. It was. You're right. I have to admit, he kind of annoyed me, but it's because, again, it's my culture. The Mediterranean, ancient Rome, and a little bit of ancient Greek. I'm Sicilian. That's my side of the world. So I think that I consider Dr. Miano to be a very intelligent man, very well educated, which is why I expected more from him. And he says I misrepresented him. I personally disagree. I think I represented him exactly for what he meant to do, which was to virtue signal to the left. That's what I think. And maybe he's in an environment where he has to do it, or they're going to lose his job. I don't know. And I do understand that he gets attacked a lot from right-wing creators, so I guess it's a bit like me in reverse a little bit, although not as many hit pieces against him as there were against me. But this whole idea that, oh, you know, ancient Rome and ancient Greece, we shouldn't call them European because there was no Europe at the time. There was no unified Europe. So we shouldn't call them European. That's because there is this whole thing with the left that hates the West and Europe and colonialism and white people. And so when you say that, they're all going to be like, yeah. Yet, as far as I know, there isn't a unified Africa even now. So then should we not consider ancient civilization like Kush to be African? It crumbles the split second you look. You see, it's a double standard and I don't appreciate it. Can we say that feudal Japan or dynastic China are Asian civilizations, or should I not say it because there is no such a thing as united Asia politically, even now? It doesn't work. So I hate it when scholars use their knowledge to push for double standards when it comes to the application of parameters. And it's always at the expense of the West. It's always at the expense of white people. And I'm not okay with it. So I will call it out. I have to. Or this idea the Roman citizenship was given freely, so they were all about inclusivity, and representation, and it's not true. It was a brutal war machine, Rome. So why are we trying to? And I know why. It's easy because they want to justify waves of immigration now. They want to combat anti-immigrant and anti-foreign sentiment, and they want to push LGBTQ plus agendas. I'm not even saying whether it's a good or a bad thing, but I'm saying it's so clear that that's what academia is doing. And they are trying to rewrite our understanding of history in order to push modern agendas. Be like, you see, when Rome fell, it's because they weren't nice to foreigners, so we need to be nice to foreigners and accept immigration and that kind of stuff. That's what they do. That's what they do. And no, don't change the past. Be professional, is what I say. Generally, me and Dr. Miano are on, I would say, civil terms. Although then again, sometimes we clash online, but generally we then return to a kind of mutual respect area. But I'll have to see. I'll have to see if he has any position on this last hit piece that was made by this Professor Dave, because if he supports that, the hit piece, I don't care if he wants to associate, he can associate whoever he wants, but if he supports the hit piece, but then he's probably not going to even mention it. And it is what it is. I said it again. Goodness gracious. But thank you very much, Incommunication, regardless of my constant repetition. I don't know if it's strange, but for me, my main motivation for learning Italian is the fact that I consider language aside Albania and Italy to be distant cousins, and plus they have been shared history. I appreciate that. Yeah, of course, I mean, we're all Europeans. So, as I say, I mean, they don't want me to say that, I guess. It's a bad thing to say. But yeah, we're all Europeans, aren't we? Are you trying to become a United States citizen? Yep. I just sent a payment of $2,000 to my lawyer to... I had to pay him because we're going through the whole thing, yes. So thank you very much for the super chat and subscriptions. It helps me cover the costs of becoming an American citizen. Appreciate that. What Professor Day video are we talking about? Oh, I don't know. I was just told in chat that he made a hit piece on me. I don't even know if it's true, but I have no reason to not believe chat. In fact, it doesn't surprise me. I thought it was a matter of time more than anything. Apparently he made a video against me. We'll react to it, but I prefer to react offline to that type of videos rather than online, so that I can work on the best possible like I want to work on it, I want to watch it a few times, digest and understand what he's trying to do, what he's trying to say, and dissect it, and then give the best possible response that I can give. It's usually the way I prefer doing it. Now, important stuff. Hair care. Yeah, totally. Hair care. Let's go. Absolutely. Yeah, not really that complicated of a hair care. I don't really have much of a routine. I guess my routine could be shared by Neanderthal men at this point, because, yeah, all I do is I wash my hair, I brush it every day, and I mean, I use conditioner. I don't know. I use conditioner every day. And that's it. I suppose that's my hair routine. Oh, no problem. If it, absolutely, yeah. You say, sorry, I can't support you with money that goes to you becoming an American citizen. No problem. It's your choice. So I can respect that. But I'm looking forward to become a citizen, absolutely. What is your favorite armor to wear? Medieval plate. Definitely medieval plate, but I do enjoy wearing my brigandine too because it's nice and light. When you become a US citizen, will you also remain an Italian citizen? You know, dual citizenship, I actually don't know. I'm going to have to ask my lawyer about that because I don't know. I haven't got a clue. If they make me choose, I'll have to go for American citizenship because that's where I live at that point. Are you going to have dreadlocks? No, I'm not into dreads. Blame his unfair Italian perfect hair genetics. What's that? Chainmail or leather? What? Brigandine? No, the brigandine is it's plates that are sewn inside a fabric. In my case, the inside of the fabric is hemp and the outside is hand-spun silk velvet. But it's a type of armor that is... I can show you a picture. Should have it somewhere. Brigandine over cuirass. Oh no, brigandine over mail. No, I wouldn't put a brigandine over a cuirass. Goodness gracious, it's overkill. Are you a member of the SEA? No, I'm not sure what that is. Gangstertron, yeah, for sure. Hail, brethren. Great, thank you. Oh gosh, Ainsley Michelle. I don't know if I'm mispronouncing your name, but thank you for joining. Very much appreciated. Am I wearing mail right now? No, not really. Plus, I actually switched from a full shirt of mail to the one that is actually cut in the middle. So it's only like protecting the sections that are not protected by plate or brigandine. And it makes the whole thing a little lighter. Meta citizen, let's go. Carnolo Granita. I'm a Granita guy. Granita is a slush, by the way. In Sicily, we make the two most famous Sicilian type of granita or slush that you can get are the lemon one, made with true Sicilian lemons, is phenomenal, or it's the mulberry version. Thank you, Inkpanification. I don't know if it's strange, but for me, my main motivation for learning... Oh, yeah, I did read this, the Albanian one. Thank you for the support, by the way. Really appreciate that. I don't know anything about the Albanian language, though. I had an Albanian friend at one point. I don't know enough about the whole Israel situation to really comment on it. So I don't really have an opinion necessarily because I don't understand the geopolitics of that region. I do hate war, and I always pray for innocence regardless of what they look like or where they're from. Particularly when it comes to children, I don't think there is... I always wish there would be 0 children casualties on any side. But yeah. Which one do you prefer, brigandine or cuirass? Oh, a cuirass. Give me a plate cuirass over anything. It's always my favorite. Sounds like it's Spark. Yeah, you gotta be careful in England, I guess. There are some gangs and stuff like that. Thank you. Most people wouldn't say that. You made the right choice there. No, of course. Yeah, no, absolutely. There's never any reason. A child is probably the purest thing that can ever exist. So whether it be like a Palestinian child, an Israeli child, if for whatever reason your politics make you think that one of these two is not valuable as a life, then either way, it doesn't even matter. Then there is something wrong. You've got to really reevaluate your life choices. Are you ready for Parenthood? Who is? I don't think there ever was an individual who felt ready in the history of mankind for Parenthood. But I will try to do my best, of course. And everything I do now is not just for my... Before, it was everything I do is to support my wife first. And then for myself, my family, my dad. I send money to my dad every month. So that was my first thing. But now that the child is in the picture, that everything I do is primarily for the child, and then for wife, dad, and myself last. And yeah, no, we do want to try to. I do want to try to do anything I can to make sure that he has the best education, that he can have anything that I didn't have, and that kind of stuff. But at the same time, you know, it's difficult, I think, to really find a balance with that, because you also don't want to spoil them. And so you want to give them all opportunities. But I think one of the best moments in my life was my first year at university, because I had no money whatsoever and I struggled. So I had to learn how to live and budget. And that was it was tough, but it was a teaching experience. It was a learning experience. And it really helped me out. If my parents sent me $10,000 a month, I wouldn't have learned anything. Instead, all my mom could send me was $300 a month. And I had to pay rent, buy books, food with that. So, of course, it wasn't enough. And what I did is that that's what she could afford. And I thank her for it anyways. So what I did is I decided at the time that I would try and do like lessons, because I was already fluent in English anyway. So I was giving English lessons so that I would earn like $15 here, $15 there, $20 here, $20 there, so that I could have a little extra to buy a book. And then I just focused fired on those exams, so that by the end of the year, not only I had given all of the exams that I needed to give, but my marks were top, because I really, really worked hard out of necessity. And so that gave me access to scholarships, and basically all the other remaining 3 years, I had money, because I won 3.5 scholarships. I say and a half because the last one was kind of a partial. But I won 3.5 scholarships. So that paid everything. My mom didn't need to send me money anymore, which was great because she didn't have money. And so, yeah, that's how I did it. But would have I done it had I not struggled? Probably not. So that's one thing that you have to balance out. You have to figure out a way by which the children understand how to be grateful for things, because I think that's one of the main problems with the current generation. They're not grateful. They assume, they take everything for granted. I'm generalizing, but that is one of the things that we will focus on. Hello, wife is back. You should come and join and say hi. Your hair looks beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
Look at that, looking great.
Can you even tell?
Of course, absolutely. Absolutely.
I brought you a smoothie.
Hi. Oh, she brought me a smoothie, guys. She brought me a smoothie. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. We got a smoothie. Non-sponsored from Smoothie King. Oh, this is really nice, actually. Oh, yeah, it's from that place. It's got like protein stuff.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. We got protein, guys.
It might be a little melted, so I can like put it in the fridge.
Oh, no, it's nice. I like it. I like it like that. Absolutely. You know me.
I'm out of breath.
You're out of breath. Oh,
I'll
you're
walk up the
feeling
stairs.
okay?
Oh, I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm fine.
You
Thank
need some water. You need some
No,
water.
okay.
You need I don't know. Yeah.
Look, can you tell?
100%. Oh yeah, look at that. It's lovely.
Yeah.
Looks great.
And then next time I go, she said she can make it like even
Nice.
lighter.
Uh-huh.
You'll get a better look at it. When
It
you're
looks
done.
great. It looks great. I love the combination of colors as well with the nice. They say hello,
Hi, everybody.
and then this is apparently a Smoothatron.
Smoothatron.
Mm-hmm.
Ladytron.
So apparently there is this guy who made a hit piece on me,
Oh.
Professor Dave. So we'll have to look into it. Not during the stream, but I'll probably have a look at it offline, and maybe we'll of course we'll do a response.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is what it is. Unfortunately, does your wife speak Italian? She speaks Italian. Absolutely. It's a work in progress, of course, but she's been working on it.
What is it? Look at this.
Hmm?
Yeah. Me?
Is she wearing a Trump shirt? Not that I know of. She's wearing unless
I'm wearing a blue shirt.
she's wearing a blue shirt. Let me see. So let me read this. Thank you for the support. Here is a video you'll really like. Arberesh versus Sicilian. I reacted to it. Ink Benefication. Thank you for the support, by the way.
Arberesh, is that like a...
Some kind of like
I'm going to sound very ignorant. Is that a Middle Eastern
No,
language?
no. I don't think it is. Or is it? You'll have to tell me, guys, is that like one of the variations of Albanian, or is it actual Middle Eastern? I don't actually know. But I remember watching it and reacting to it. Because anything that has Sicilian, I've reacted to, I think, on my second channel. For Italian, she needs to use more hands. Yeah, we need to do this.
South Texas Jeff, hello.
Hi. Yeah. You must be doing something right. A woke hit piece usually means you hit the right nerve. Yeah, but when it comes to Professor Dave, I'm expecting much worse than woke, actually. But we'll see. We will see. No, I know, I saw it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's fine.
I was going to tell you, it kind of just depends on what you
think. Yeah, no, I don't want to. Yeah. Let me have a look at this one. Thank you, Lapco. We all know you fell into the trap of stripping your way through college. There is no shame in it. You were young and needed the money. No, I didn't. It's because we talked about my college experience.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. That's kind of funny. W wife.
W?
Yeah, W.
Woo!
W in chat.
Hell yeah. W's in the chat.
W's in the chat. Have you heard of Agios Paisios? No, I haven't actually. For Constantinople? No, never heard of it. Oh yeah, I don't know why I'm on top chat. Should be live chat, you're right. Always forget to do that.
Are you doing a video on Caesar?
No, he's just here, Augustus. No, he's just here when I move the chat. He is a Caesar, yes, because all emperors have that.
That's not Caesar, though.
It's not Julius Caesar, but it's Caesar Augustus.
Pretend I didn't say that.
No, that's fine. He is a Caesar.
It's Augustus. Of course it is.
But Augustus is also a Caesar.
No, I didn't say that. I said Augustus. The
fine.
Whole time.
Okay. Too much hair to be Julius Caesar.
Oh, was he bald?
Julius Caesar was balding.
Oh,
in fact, that's why he liked wearing the wreath. Because it would cover up a little bit the balding part.
Interesting.
Yeah. But then he was stabbed to death, so I guess.
Oh, well.
Doesn't really matter. How's the Pokemon card collection going?
Oh, Viking, I kind of it's going okay, but I kind of stopped. Not that I don't like collecting. I do.
Yeah.
It kind of became, opening cards would, make me angry.
Oh, no. Yeah.
If I didn't, if I got, a duplicate or if I didn't get what I wanted, I would be like, this is stupid.
I mean, it happens. It's one of those things with, it's a bit like loot boxes in games.
Yeah, but no, it is still fun. Is anybody in chat playing Pokopia? Wife sounds American. I am American.
She's American. Steve6333 says, Professor Dave is a complete failure at life. He just wants to get bodied.
I thought I said boiled.
Yeah, me too, actually. I don't think he wants to get boiled. I don't know, actually, about this. I don't like the guy at all, but I'm not going to comment on his personal life and whether or not he's a failure, because at the end of the day, I don't know. Maybe he's having a very good life. I don't know. The one thing I will know, though, is that his channel was actually defunct. His channel was dead. And he resurrected his channel and now gets a lot of views through hate. So, yeah, I don't respect that. That's what he does. He just picks...
That person said that the Albadesh was a dialect of Albanian.
That's what I thought. I thought it was Albanian, yeah. So, yeah.
Is it like Animal Crossing but Pokemon? Yes, it's very similar. However, this game has so much content, so much more to do. I love Animal Crossing. It's one of my favorite games. I love it. And I was honestly expecting Pokopia to not be that good. I was expecting to play it for 2 days and then get bored. No, it is actually insane. There is so much content. There's so much to do.
Well, that's fantastic. It looks good, yeah.
I'm gonna go.
See, okay, no problem. Let me know if you need anything.
Bye,
and yeah. Ciao. Ciao.
Do you need anything left?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good. Actually, I'm gonna...
Are you hot?
A little bit, actually, yes. I am a little hot. All right, so let me see, because I did prepare one thing that I wanted to review with you guys very quickly before we move on to the next section of the stream. And it's this. So I found an interesting article that I wanted to quickly have a look at. Of course, I'm still going to read chat, so chat is always chat. But in the meantime, in fact, I'm going to prove that. Thank you, Lapco, for your support. I recently dusted off my bookshelf and found a copy of Kikeros on Living and Dying Well. I started but didn't finish. Going to jump back in it. Sounds great. You should totally read that. Man, they are fantastic, really. The writings of Kikero. Bei tempi quelli dell'università. Hey, Alex, yeah, were you there with me? At this point, I'm going to ask, since you called me by my first name. I do miss the university. It was really good times. You look familiar in the picture. Were you a student of Chinese? You look familiar. Well, we'll see. Professor Dave has a drinking problem. Well, that's actually bad. I hope he can recover from it, to be honest. And it is what it is. Let me see. Oh, you're curious. So guys, I found this. It's from Medium, and it's called 4 Stupid Stories About the Middle Ages Everyone Tells. So I'm kind of curious to see if that involves me. Do I tell that? I don't know. Medieval myth dispelled. Let's see if you guys have ever heard any of these myths. And let's see what we've got. So first, the Middle Ages or medieval times in Europe was from 500 AD to 1500 AD. Already the fact that it's using Anno Domini gets 100 points from me, because let's pack it in with the freaking Common Era nonsense. That's 1,000 years. Yes, it is. Thank you. It spans from the decline of the Roman Empire to the ascent of the Ottoman Empire. This era demonstrates castles and peasants, guilds and monasteries, cathedrals and crusades. I'm not sure why you're saying demonstrates. I wouldn't really say demonstrates, to be honest, but hey. Great leaders such as Joan of Arc and Charlemagne were part of the Middle Ages, and noteworthy events such as the Black Plague and the rise of Islam. Right. When people use the term medieval times, Middle Ages, and Dark Ages, they refer to the same period. The Dark Ages usually refers to the first half of the Middle Ages, from 500 to 1000 AD. Yeah, now we tend to use early Middle Ages and then high medieval, because Dark Ages kind of have this implied negativity to it that doesn't really reflect the sort of progress that did occur in the Middle Ages. It does sound epic, though, so if you want to keep saying Dark Ages, you have my blessing. The fall of the Roman Empire led to the extinction of Roman culture and lots of knowledge about art, technology, engineering, and history. Sort of. Historians know a lot about Europe during the Roman Empire because the Romans kept excellent records of events. However, the time after the Roman was dark to historians because there was no central government recording events. This is why historians call this time the Dark Ages. Once again, no historian today calls it the Dark Ages anymore. And also, in fact, I don't even think it's necessarily the lack of records, because while the records don't appear necessarily to be as systematic as they were in ancient Rome for obvious reasons, central governing and whatnot, the clergy and monasteries did a phenomenal job when it comes to copying and producing literature. So there is that. Let's go. History of the Middle Ages has been fascinating to me. Good to hear, whoever you are. I have read mind-blowing stories of knights and literature and captivating beauty and grandeur of castles. The era also holds plagues and epic battles. Yes, you did mention the Yersinia pestis bacterium. That's a black plague. Besides, I've also come across numerous misconceptions about this time period. Today, I want to dispel some of these myths by sharing 4 of the most stupid stories about the Middle Ages that everyone seems to believe. Everyone? Well, I hope not. Maybe I believe them, guys. 1, let's talk about the belief that people in the Middle Ages thought the Earth was flat. Right, okay. Well, I think we have addressed this one at length, and I don't know that. Do you know anyone who still believes this? Because, yeah, flat Earth is not shared by medieval people, in the sense that the way I interpret it, well, let me finish the paragraph, let's see what he says, and then I'll tell you what I think about it. This is probably one of the most pervasive myths out there. The truth is, educated people in the Middle Ages knew that the Earth was round. He's absolutely right. The ancient Greeks, particularly philosophers like Pythagoras, Aristotle, and Ptolemy, developed their theory of a spherical Earth based on careful observation, mathematical calculations, and logical reasoning. Correct? It's pretty good, this article so far. This knowledge wasn't lost after the fall of Rome. He's absolutely right. Also, because if you think about it, if we can read those works of art, of literature, then why couldn't they? I mean, it's much closer as a civilization to them than it is to us. So there's no reason to believe that no one could read this stuff anymore. Of course, the average person couldn't read Latin anymore. But the ecclesiastical authorities and learned upper class nobility could absolutely read Greek and Latin. 100%. In fact, the ancient Greeks had already established this centuries before. Figures like Saint Bede in the 8th century and Thomas Aquinas in the 13th century clearly wrote about the spherical earth. Not only that, but Saint Bede is in fact the one that I usually love to read whenever people try to say, push nonsense, such as the Anglo-Saxons didn't exist. They didn't exist. And then you have Saint Bede speaking about Anglo-Saxons like a maniac. Yeah, okay, they didn't exist, all right. So yeah, but that's modern academia for you. Even the infamous Columbus story gets twisted. His challenge wasn't about proving the Earth was round, true. It was about the size of the Earth and the distance to Asia. Right. This flat Earth myth seems to persist partly because of it fits a convenient narrative of the Dark Ages as a period of ignorance, but the reality is far more nuanced and sophisticated. You know? Well written, and because I don't see a million M dashes, I'm starting to think this might not be AI written, guys. That's a nice change. Alright, first one was good. Second, the misconception that medieval people had no hygiene and never bathed. Oh yeah, so I wanted to say, before we move into the hygiene situation, very short, I wanted to add, he's absolutely right, the upper class, nobility, educated people, ecclesiastical authorities, bishops, cardinals, popes, they all knew the earth was round, and we don't only, so he's correct, but that's not only reflected in literary works, but it's also reflected in statuary and manuscript illuminations. If you think that medieval people, meaning ecclesiastical authorities and the mounted nobility and whatnot, if you think that they thought the earth was flat, then you have never seen a statue of a pope or a statue of an emperor or a statue of a king. Because guess what? Among the very symbolic elements that they hold in their hands, sometimes a scepter signifying power and authority. Over what? Oftentimes, these statues show that the person of power is holding a sphere as a representation of the planet. All you need to see is look at one of those statues, and then you'll be like, oh, okay. And that's that. It's really that simple. They're not holding a flat disc, are they? When it comes to the general population, though, we should ask a question. Did they know? I would say no. I don't think it was general knowledge. But I also don't think they thought the earth was flat. Personally, if you asked the general farmer, or should we say peasant, in the Middle Ages, what do you think the shape of the earth is? They would say, don't know, mate, and get back to farming the land. I really think it's that thing. I don't think they even cared. And perhaps the ones that went to church, the majority, yeah, perhaps they would have been familiar with some of the statuary and symbols, but if you were living in a very rural area, so you don't have access to the massive cathedrals, I don't think you even thought about it. But if you were living in a big, like, I don't know, a center of education like Paris, why not? At that point, you would have a certain imagery in your mind. So I think it depends when it comes to the general people. I think it would depend. Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, that's what I think exactly, last Europeans. I think most people didn't think about it. This was something that philosophers, scholars had time to think about, not the everyday worker class. And even like a billman in an army. If it's a medieval knight, it's different, but a billman, he's thinking about, how am I going to get through this? That's what he's thinking. He's thinking, I can't afford the freaking breastplate. You shiny medieval knight. And that looks nice. I can't afford it. So I have a helmet. Does it fit? That's what he's thinking. That's what he's thinking, to be honest. Yeah. Do I know Interslavic? No, I'm not sure what that is, in fact. Let's go. 2, the misconception that medieval people had no hygiene. Yeah, it's easy to imagine filthy peasants covered in grime, but this image doesn't hold up under scrutiny. In fact, it's easy to imagine because of the entertainment industry and the media. Otherwise, if you really think about it and you stop thinking of, oh, medieval people they didn't know anything, it's just a bunch of idiots. And then again, these idiots built incredible cathedrals. How did they do that? Anyways, if you don't think that and you think they're like me, they're human beings like me, So, did they know how to build a computer? No, neither do I though. It's not like I understand the microtransistors and how they actually function. I know how to use one. But me and a medieval guy both don't know how to make a computer. Let's be honest about this. With that being said, would I or general people enjoy spending my life covered in grime? No. We like that. There are people that wash more. There are people that wash a little less. And then there is the occasional person who is filthy. Same thing. Same thing. They're humans, just like us. There is a river. You can go down the river, splash your face. You worked hard. You were sweating. You change your clothes. I think, in fact, a big difference between us and the medieval people is not the level of hygiene. Yeah, general hygiene, clearly we have more access to products and stuff, but not to a level that we often imagine. Really, the real difference is that we throw away everything. They repaired everything. And in fact, that's not even a difference between us and medieval people. It's a difference between us and our grandparents. I don't know what happened, but this generation, we throw away everything immediately. Oh, there's a little brother, throw away the trousers, buy a new one. That is, if you really want to look at a completely different mindset difference, that would be better representative of a massive difference. Thank you, Risunare, for the support. Which do you think would have won a fight? Hippopotamus versus baryonyx? Also, the definition of computers, sir, is more broad than silicon transistors. Obviously, yeah, but it's just the transistors is probably the one thing that came to my mind. But yes, of course, all the chips and the stuff that it's inside. I watched a few videos, still don't understand it. I don't know what a baryonyx is, so I'm sorry I can't respond to that. So there's that. Okay, so yeah, public bathhouses. You know, this guy's good, actually. Public bathhouses were common in medieval cities, yes, and personal hygiene practices, such as washing hands or face daily, were encouraged. Absolutely. Monastic rules often included bathing, though with some restrictions to prevent excess. Also, medieval manuscripts describe the use of soap. It's a different type of soap, though, and it's only in certain areas. But yes, and herbs for cleaning. While their standards might not match modern expectations, they were far from the smelly savages often portrayed in pop culture. 100%. Good article so far. 3. It's 4, so we're almost done. The story that grinds my gears is the idea that the medieval period was devoid of scientific and technological progress. Totally. Contrary to popular belief, the Middle Ages were a time of significant innovation. The invention of the mechanical clock, the improvement in agricultural techniques. Oh yeah, for sure. They literally built the oxen-driven... What do you call it in English? It's the thing that you use to... I know it in Italian. The thing that you use to work the land. It's a piece of... For a lack of a better term, a piece of... What is it called? Damn it. The ox plow. Thank you, guys. That's what they invented that, which really helped the increase of the sophistication of the kind of crops that they could do. Of course, I would say that, yes, the medieval period is a constant period of linear progression. There is progression. Black Death did what it did, but then after it, there was a boom in general economic growth. So there is that. But in general, when you look at modern progress, it's exponential because of computers. But it was progressive. In technological sense, they kept progressing. Scholars in the Islamic world, as well as in Europe, make great strides in medicine, astronomy, and mathematics. Yeah, I wonder what the heck happened to Islam, because to be honest, in the Middle Ages, they had universities, studies, and all that kind of stuff. And then they kind of stopped. The university that began to appear in the 12th century laid the groundwork for the Renaissance, true. It's fairly inaccurate to view this era stagnant when it was, in fact, a period of considerable intellectual activity. 100%. Last but not least, there is a romantic but misleading notion of chivalry and courtly love as a pervasive and actual lifestyle among knights and nobles. While chivalry was a real code of conduct with root in Christian and martial ideas, we could have the roots all the way back to Rome and equites. Its practice was often more about appearances than reality. The concept of courtly love, popularized but Troubadours, I don't know what this means, and poets painted an idealized picture of noble knights performing grand gestures for unable ladies. However, this ideal didn't reflect the gritty and pragmatic nature of medieval life. Sure, I mean, up to a certain extent, I can agree with that, yeah. Knights were as likely to be engaged in brutal warfare, totally, and political maneuvering, 100%. I see where he's going with it, okay, as they were by serenading fair maidens, yes. Okay, no, I want to say, pretty good. After all, history deserves to be remembered as it was. Preach it, brother, not as we mistakenly believe it to be. Loved it. This was good. Thank you, man with mustache. Appreciate that. You did a good job. Pretty nice. I kind of agreed with almost everything. Impressive. Doesn't usually happen. Usually it's like a bunch of nonsense. So this was a nice change for once. Let's see. Traveling bards were the first rappers. Sure. Sure. I'll let my wife speaking about her own politics personally, but I'll just say we are similar in the way we think politically. Not exactly the same, but we're very similar. But not the same. Not the same. They were mainly vocal focused, I believe. Oh, I didn't know that. That's a new word then for me. I don't know how to pronounce it though. I wish I still had my old MTG cards. I got it when I first started, had only the first deck. What's MTG again? 12 to 1300s are my favorite. My favorite is the 15th century. And 16th after that. Is there a P.O. box? Not yet. But I appreciate the fact that you want to send gifts. Thank you very much for that. But we don't have a P.O. box organized just yet. When we do, we'll let you know. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. How good at Italian is the missus? She's working on it. She still needs to use it more. But I think with the child, since I'll be speaking Italian to the child the whole time, it will also be a good opportunity for her to pick it up more. Yeah, everyone is writing plow, 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 the plow, plow. I'm glad that it was easy for you. For some reason, I couldn't remember it. I mean, I should have remembered it just for the number of hours that I put into Age of Empires, am I right? Would you do YouTube videos for learning a language? You could get a native YouTube speaker on the channel. I'm not sure what you mean. I have an entire channel dedicated to language learning. Oh, of me learning a language. Would you get a native YouTube speaker on the channel? Sure, yeah, why not? Nothing wrong with that, yeah. Nothing wrong with that. Oh, it's a French word. It's probably what? Troubadour? Then if I have to guess. With that piece of information. We have a question. We have a question in Mandarin here. Oh, you're seeing me. You're not even seeing the screen right now. We have a question in Mandarin. So you're asking, 你会做意大利菜吗? So can you make Italian food? And then you say, 你最喜欢的食物呢? So you're asking me what my favorite food is. Yes, I can make Italian food. In fact, I can make a killer sauce. I can make bolognese. I can make all sorts of Italian food. Absolutely. My favorite food, it's either pasta or pizza. It depends on the mood. 你是中国人吗? Are you Chinese? Thank you, Lapco. Was looking up some Italian innovations, and I stumbled onto the funniest airplane I've ever seen. Are you familiar with the Stipa Caproni? The theory behind it actually worked, but wasn't good enough. No idea, actually. No idea. Your French pronunciation is spot on. Thank you, appreciate that. Tried my best. Sometimes in French I have trouble with the E sound, and the O. So is it O or is it O? Like c'est drôle, like to say it's kind of fun. Or like chevalier, chevalier, chevalier. Sometimes I get confused with those, but and other times I just roll a dice. I just try. I'll try open, close. I don't know. We'll give it a try. As long as they understand me, am I right? Just a few words in Sicilian I'm going to teach Tizio. So I'll teach him stuff like amuni, assietate, annacati, like words that are very typical typically used. I sut a luce, a duma luce. But in general, he will speak Italian. I will only speak standard Italian to my son. And occasionally teach him a couple of words here and there in Sicilian just for fun, so that if he hears them, like the most commonly used in Sicily, so that if he hears them, he understands. But I would rather he speaks, standard Italian. Oh, you're Mexican. Yeah, 我不是中国人. That's fine, no problem. Wow. 我现在想要吃 cannolo. You're going to eat a cannolo? Fantastic. Pretty good Mandarin you got there. Very cool. Ares says, come on guys, all Italians know how to make a good food. I agree. It's a thing. It is a thing. I do miss Switzerland, though. I see you're talking about Switzerland down there. I visited 5 times. Really enjoyed going to Switzerland. It's a good place. Very clean, well organized, beautiful structures. It's very nice. Are we making more zombie bolognese tonight? Yeah, depending on what time we finish the stream, and then we switch into the gaming stream, probably. Kind of depends what time it is, how I'm feeling, but in general, I would love to play. When he says bolognese, is because yesterday we were playing Resident Evil Requiem, and then at one point I was fighting this massive chef, and so when I exploded him, and I kind of told him I was going to teach him the ultimate bolognese recipe, he was the source of the meat. So it exploded everywhere. I'm like, have the bolognese, you muppet. So yeah, it was great. It was actually fantastic. All right, so I need a drink. Give me 2 minutes. Be right back. Don't be rude to the chair. Here I am. Thank you for waiting. There are a couple of channels that you guys have been mentioning that I wanted to have a look at, so we're going to do that now very quickly before we move to some gaming. And let me see. I actually have a question. So for those of you who watched this Professor Dave hit piece on me, thank you Lazarus Long 9324 for becoming a member. I didn't notice that, so I'm going to show it now. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Let me make sure that I didn't forget any super chat. No, I didn't. So for those of you who watched it, is it because I once called him toxic? Because if it is, oh my gosh, that's gonna be a breeze. Could you is it because I called him toxic? Because I did notice that his latest video is called I'm toxic. Is that it? Did he get offended because I called him toxic? Could you imagine that? So if that's the case, you know how you can debunk someone who calls you toxic? By making a video where you are polite, reasonable, and completely not toxic. So then I would have to be forced to say, you know what, he was toxic then, because that's a given. But then I could say, this time he proved me wrong, he improved, I misjudged him. But if apparently to what you're saying he was 10 times more vitriolic and toxic, you're just proving my point. I don't know, I still haven't watched it. But man, if that's the angle he chose to use, we'll see. We'll see if that's what it is, but that would be hilarious. Oh, I'm gonna debunk him because he called him toxic by being toxic. Sounds about right. 2 channels, guys. So channel number 1 is this Celtic History Decoded. You've been telling me about it. And I see it's mostly focused on DNA. In fact, this guy really loves DNA, doesn't he? So that's one of the channels I wanted to check out with you. The thumbnails are very colorful. Man, look at that. Beautiful thumbnails. Let's have a look at what we've got. You enjoy the channel, his Scottish accent is pleasant. I will have to see if I understand him. Some Scottish accents I understand, and they are charming to me. Other Scottish accents I have to keep rewinding, so I hope it's not the latter. I guess it depends. Let's see how he describes himself. The home of unique videos on history, ancient ancestry, and DNA. From exploring the fascinating genetic history of various countries to the origins and reasons for different eye colors, Celtic History Decoded creates unique and entertaining videos on history with a particular focus on genetic history and ancestry. Very nice. My name is Stephen Macmillan. That's a Scot. And I live in Scotland. I have a first-class honours degree in politics and international relationship from the University of Strathclyde in Glasgow. As part of my degree, I took classes in history, journalism, and statistics, giving me a broad understanding of global affairs, both past and present. Fantastic. Please subscribe to this channel and click the bell that turn on the notifications. That very nice. He's got a Patreon, does he? No, he has a Buy Me a Coffee. And you can become members, United Kingdom. Okay, well, let's pick one. Let's see. This could be interesting. Why blonde hair? Swedish DNA and the evolution of blonde hair. Yeah, you know, blondism is such a fascinating phenomenon, mutation. First blue-eyed person. Ooh. Welsh, English. Man, this channel looks interesting. Kind of got me curious. Let me have a look at this one then. We'll start with this one. We'll go into Rome next live stream. But I'm curious. This is a little bit on the shorter side and I do want to play tonight. So I'm going to check this one. Let's see why. Swedish DNA and the evolution of blonde hair. Let's go.
Look at this table. These are...
All right. So that's definitely one thing. We don't have many. We do have some blondism in Italy, but not as much. Let me clear up a little bit so we don't really need the... Well, we can have that. Let me remove the YouTube logo and the subscribe count. And we're going to keep it at that for now. Maybe for now we do this. Okay, it's a little cleaner this way. All right, let's have a look. Wow, look at this.
Look at this table. These are the countries with the most people with natural blonde hair in the world. As you can see, Sweden is number one, with over 70% of Swedes having this hair colour.
Holy moly. Yeah, I love his accent. I love his accent. You're right. So Scandinavia, Sweden 78% of blondism? Wow. Yeah, obviously my country is not even in the, obviously, because this is like the top 9.
Yet globally, only around 2% of people are natural blondes. So why do so many Swedes have blonde hair? Has this always been the case? And what other factors have been involved in the evolution of blonde hair in Sweden and more broadly? Now, blonde hair in Europeans is primarily caused by genetic mutations that reduce the amount of eumelanin. And a key driver of this change comes from a mutated allele, RS128-21256, of the KITLG gene. As an interesting side note, some Melanesian populations also have natural blonde hair. But this is caused by a completely different genetic mutation than the one found in Europeans and many others around the world.
Man, this guy knows his stuff. Am I right? Hey, Dequitan, good to see you. Good to see you. Hi, still wait for your reaction to my new play. I filmed it. I did, my friend. I filmed it. So it's going to get edited and I'll post it in the next few days. Thank you so much. It was awesome, by the way. Man, you guys should go and watch it before you watch my reaction. So you give him the view, then you give him a comment. I reacted to your fight. It was a peasant versus a knight in the snow. Impressive stuff. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. Yeah. So I filmed it. It was great. Yeah, this guy's good. Let's see. Findings suggest golden locks evolved twice in human history. So these are completely separate. Fascinating.
It's fascinating though, how the same trait can evolve independently in different parts of the world. But did this Eurasian blonde hair genetic mutation originate in Sweden? Well, ancient DNA shows that the oldest fossil known to carry this mutated allele.
I thought it was somewhere in Spain, actually. Before we continue, I actually find it interesting, the fact that his ginger hair is red hair. Do you know that actually when it comes to ancient stereotypes, and these are stereotypes, but then again, they usually are based on the truth, that then gets a little exaggerated in the sources. But when you read ancient Roman writers, whether it be Julius Caesar himself, or Pomponius Mela, they describe blondism as a characteristic of Germanic and Celtic tribes when it comes to continental Celts. They tell us, yeah, they're all blonde. Probably they weren't all blonde, but clearly we can imagine that there must have been a very high percentage of blondism. However, when they talk about the Picts and the Scots specifically, at least Mela, and I think Pomponius Mela 100%, maybe Caesar, but don't quote me on that, they tell us that they are redhead. In fact, they use it as a distinctive feature. They say, oh yeah, the insular Celts, that's how they call them because to them they're all Celts. The insular Celts, they're red. And so imagine like the people in Rome, in the Mediterranean going, really? Because that's how I'm imagining them. I mean, there were some blondes, mostly like dirty blondes, but there were some blondes in Italy. Augustus is one of these, the first emperor, probably with gray or blue eyes. And we know that the Roman women liked blonde hair, but they didn't have it in mass. In mass, they would have black or brown hair. So they would order it. They would pay for it. It wasn't stolen. They would pay for real blonde wigs that were taken from the Celts and Germanic populations, meaning that there were Germanic women that would shave their head, cut it, sell it to the Romans, and then the Roman women, there was a business. And in fact, interestingly enough, it is a myth when they say that blonde wigs are associated with prostitutes in Rome. That's not true. In fact, it was the upper class that could afford it. It's just a mistranslation or a miscommunication coming from a passage that was talking about a prostitute, and it just so happened that someone, as a disguise, put a blonde wig and pretended to be a prostitute. But the blonde wig was worn so that you wouldn't recognize her, not because it was a connection to being a prostitute. That's not how it works. In fact, blonde hair was popular among some Roman women that could afford it. It's just an interesting thing. I would disagree with that, J-Boss. We can go down with the sources one day if you want, but yeah, I would disagree with that. In fact, the Gauls, in fact, when we talk about the Gauls, they are 100% Celtic, and then the Gauls, that's like beyond any discussion. We can talk about insular differences, because there are, but there is absolutely no question that the Gauls are considered Celtic, because in fact, when we are told about Gallia, we are told they call themselves like this, but we call them like that. So they give us two different names, nomenclature. But then again, the Celtic druids from Gallia went to Britannia to learn from those Celtic druids. So how can they go and learn? It was like an Erasmus in ancient Rome, in ancient Gallia or Gallic tribes. They would go and study with the druids in Britannia. So if they're not Celtic populations, then how would they learn? How would they be compatible? But whatever. Let's keep going.
Sweden. Well, ancient DNA shows that the oldest fossil known to carry this mutated allele in the KIT-LG gene is a 17,000-year-old ancient North Eurasian specimen from Avantova Gora in southern Siberia. So the origin of blonde hair was most likely in Siberia or around this area, not in Sweden. But how did this trait first arrive in Scandinavia then? And who was the first person with blonde hair in ancient Sweden? Now, we know that the earliest populations in this region after the Ice Age were Mesolithic hunter-gatherers, often called Scandinavian hunter-gatherers. And this group was created from the mixing of Western hunter-gatherers moving north and Eastern...
You're gonna get blocked, J-Boss. I don't appreciate being insulted. You're out. I don't even care. Hide user from this channel. Shame on you.
Hunter-gatherers moving west. Now, we know that Western hunter-gatherers largely had dark brown hair and blue eyes, with the genes for blonde hair largely absent from them. It was arrivals from the east that changed things, however, in the form of Eastern hunter-gatherers. This is because ancient North Eurasians contributed genes to them before they moved west towards Europe.
Okay, so let me read that one. Before they moved west towards Europe, let me read this one again.
North Eurasians...
Ancient North Eurasians contributed genes to them. Interesting. I did not know that.
Contributed genes to them before they moved west towards Europe. So how old is this blonde-haired gene in ancient Sweden then? Well, it may be way older than we initially thought.
Really?
A really interesting paper was published in Nature in 2018.
Let me see. The genomic history of southeastern Europe. I hope, I'm sure he put the link. I'll have a look at this one.
It analysed data from over 200 ancient individuals from southeastern Europe who lived between 12,000 and 500 BC, and it compared them against a wider reference panel from across Eurasia.
Okay.
They found that this blonde hair allele was present in 3 hunter-gatherers.
Okay.
As this map shows, the first hunter-gatherer with this allele was from Samara in ancient Russia.
Ancient Russia. Ancient Russia. Man, imagine the distance. I can see, though, how this would spread, because probably, he's very scientific, right? He's explaining all the genomic and ancestry and DNA and alleles and all this thing. I get it. Fantastic. I'm not, so I'm going to say the obvious. Whoever it was that had the genetic mutation, the reason why it became popular is because men liked it. Men liked it. Like, oh, that looks pretty. And then you reproduce. I think I know it's very basic as an approach to life and the spreading of a certain genetic characteristic, but I really think it's like that. I really do. I think that's what it is. Selective fresh. It is a form of selection, absolutely. I mean, men find it pretty. There is that. Oh, gosh. Is your room green for St. Patrick coming up? I mean, we did a little bit of green today, yeah, mostly to match my shirt. But yeah, of course, they can double down to St. Patrick, I guess.
The second was from Motala in Sweden, and the third was from Ukraine.
Ukraine, okay.
And we know that this Motala hunter-gatherer was a woman who lived more than 7,500 years ago. I
didn't know that. I didn't know that the very first, most ancient case that we know of this genetic mutation for blondism was a woman. But then again, I can already imagine, like, the guys in the tribe. Man, she's pretty. She's got golden hair. Like, obviously, that's how it went. 100% that's how it went. 100%. And I can already imagine all, like, the liberal women of the time hating her for it. Like, I can already imagine it in the Mesolithic period. In the Mesolithic period, like, she's awful. I hate her. I hate her.
Dated between around 5900 and 5500 BC. We also know that she belonged to the mitochondrial haplogroup U5A2D. Now, before this year, she was considered to be the oldest sample, the oldest person that had this blonde hair allele in ancient Sweden.
Okay.
However, a new paper that was published just a few months ago seems to have found an even older sample.
Wow, we're going even further back. I love that he seems to be someone who puts a lot of research. How often does he post? Because this looks like a channel that puts a lot of time into the preparation. Let me see. He posts 5 days, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 1 month. Yeah, like 4 times a month. Makes sense. Absolutely. 2 months, 2 months, 2 months, even 3 times a month sometimes. That explains it. Like, I could tell, because this is something that takes, he has to review all the data, he has to review. I make videos like this in the background, but it takes me like 2 months. And in the meantime, I post like a maniac to compensate. That's my personal strategy. But I know what takes, how much it takes to actually put together a video that is this level of, that's another channel we're going to check out. That is this level of, you have to review the studies, you have to read them, you have to study them, you have to understand them, and then decide to put together the information, write the script, 100%.
From the same general region though. It was published in PNAS, and the study analysed 348 ancient genomes from across Eurasia, describing how skin, eye and hair colour evolved over the past 45,000 years. And they found that a hunter-gatherer from ancient Sweden, who lived approximately 12,000 years ago, called Neo27, was predicted to have blue eyes, blonde hair and light skin.
12,000 years ago, blue eyes, blonde hair and light skin already. That's insane. That's insane. Doesn't look like the research here matches your expectation, Loma Lassel. Since you're saying all of them were black, I think you're trolling. But 12,000 years ago, guys. 12,000 years ago. I'm going to have to look at this paper.
A quite remarkable find. Now,
Indeed.
if this new 12,000-year-old sample is correct, it means that blonde hair alleles were already present in Scandinavia thousands of years before Eastern hunter-gatherer ancestry arrived.
Okay, so what are you saying? That he's lying? What is this guy doing lying then? All of the papers are lying. He's wrong. Okay, well, it's not just him though, since there are a lot of papers, but fine, yeah, I mean, it's not like we have to, look at his sources. Holy moly, this guy. One thing I can tell you though, regardless, because I'm always interested in the truth, right? Whatever that is. But I can learn a thing or two about how to do a proper description box, am I right, from this guy? Goodness gracious, that must have taken for absolute ever. Let's continue.
Beginning around 10,000 years ago or so. Now, the most likely explanation for this is a very ancient Eurasian gene flow flowing into ancient Scandinavia from the east, with later waves of Eastern hunter-gatherers bringing far more blonde hair alleles with them. So the point being is that this trait in Sweden has a very long history, and it was gene flow from the east that brought this trait into both Scandinavia and Eastern Europe.
Gene flow from the east, okay.
And if we turn back to this list of the countries today with the highest rates of blonde hair, we can see this genetic legacy of Eastern migrations. You can see that Western European countries like Spain and Portugal don't have high frequencies of this trait, who are influenced more by
neither us in the south
by Western hunter-gatherers. Yet European populations to the east and to the north have much higher levels.
Yeah, like Poland.
The likes of Finland, Scandinavia, and the Baltic states like Estonia are very high.
Yeah.
And this is mainly due to Eastern admixture, with Finnish people also having a Siberian ancestral component. And
Finnish is always kind of special. Even linguistically, I think they're not even related. Am I incorrect about that? But that's what I kind of remembered. So yeah.
Their DNA.
This is great stuff,
Something I note in a previous video. I should also note as well that Iceland was largely settled by the Vikings.
Yeah.
Now we know had high levels of blonde hair as well, probably similar to Scandinavian levels today.
Yeah.
But it's pretty cool that the blonde hair map of Europe still reflects this arrival of Eastern ancestry
Very interesting, yeah.
thousands and potentially over 10,000 years ago.
That's insane.
Now, later events compounded this, with the Yamnaya waves of migration from the Pontic-Caspian steppe carrying some of these genes into Europe. As although they tended to have darker hair expressed, as this reconstruction shows, they did carry some blonde hair genes. This is because around half their ancestry
I can respect the mustache. I do respect the mustache. Like, this guy looks like someone he can make you some kind of killer steak. I just know it. I know this guy can do it.
came from Eastern hunter-gatherers. Another half came from a people related to hunter-gatherers from the Caucasus.
Okay.
Now, connected people to the Yamnaya often spread this steppe ancestry, such as the battle axe culture in Scandinavia.
Battle axe culture.
So, in other words,
What a
the
name.
genetic capacity for blonde hair was brought into Europe by waves of migrations from the east.
Okay.
Now, if you're enjoying this video, please
Yep.
consider subscribing. And if you would like access to member-only videos, including one on Viking DNA differences, please check out the top link in the video description below.
Totally.
Thank you, and now on with the video. Yet in hunter-gatherer
I think he has a Patreon because he mentioned it. So we'll have a look at that if he has a... yeah, I'll put it in the description anyways once this gets edited into a reaction video. Cool.
times, or during the Bronze Age as well, blonde hair wasn't as common as it is in many parts of the world today, like Sweden.
Okay.
So what other factors drove the evolution of blonde hair?
Okay.
Well, sexual attractiveness was probably a major selection driver.
You see, big shot research now saying the same thing that I said. Because, I mean, I knew it.
We know that even today, blonde hair is generally the most common colour for women to dye their hair. And some have argued that in post-Ice Age Europe, there was intense competition for mates in sparsely populated tundra environments. Now, a really interesting paper
That connects as well to, if you think about it, a lot of Asian women, they, in fact, I think in Japan now, because when you think of the Japanese, you think of black hair. But it became so popular to dye the hair either brown or blonde that black has become a minority, marginally. Because as you shift into younger and younger generation and the oldest die, then there is a higher percentage of these young people that will dye their hair either brown or blonde. And it's become... I think the last time I checked, it was less than 50% that had actual black natural hair left in Japan, which is insane. But there are a lot of cultures in Asia that do dye their hair blonde. As I say, we have mentions with the Romans, the Roman women, not men. I don't know of any man that would wear a wig for changing the color of their hair that I'm aware of in the sources. But with the women, it was a thing. Roman women liked it. So seems like it's, again, another aspect, similar aspect between the ancients and us. Oh, that's funny. My ex-Portuguese had curly hair, and she would spend 2 hours every day straightening it, and I like it curly. Yeah, I could see that happening.
was published in 2006 in Evolution in Human Behaviour by the anthropologist Peter Frost.
Okay.
They looked at the diversity of European hair and eye colour. Frost argued that in parts of post-Ice Age Europe, high male mortality in hunting could have left more women than men unmated at any one time.
Really?
This could have meant that women with novel, attention-catching features, such as blonde hair, had a better chance of attracting a mate. Yet sexual attractiveness isn't the only factor. Climate is likely another. Now, we know that blonde hair is more common in people with fair skin,
Yes.
which in turn is more efficient at making vitamin D from sunlight.
Yeah.
This is well suited to the northern climes of Scandinavia and the Nordic world in general, of course.
I appreciate that he was precise in the wording here when he said blonde hair is more common with people with light skin. Absolutely. But the reason why I appreciate the precision is because it does sometimes happen with people with black skin. There are some Africans that have blue eyes. It happens. It's a lot rarer. but it does happen. And then he also mentioned was it an Indonesian at first that he showed that they have a different type genetically of that other type of blonde hair. And I think it does happen sometimes in African populations too. It's just that it's a lot less likely to happen than it is with people of Nordic descent or Eastern descent in that case. Thank you, the Lady Dixon. Please don't forget to check out Grok's reply. It's a fan suggests a possible collab. It's on today's video. Right, I get it that it's on today's video, Lady Dixon. I appreciate that. But how many comments do I have in today's video? Let me check, because it's not going to be the easiest to find, I don't think. So we'll have to see. I don't know if I can do it during the live stream. I will check it, but checking it during the live stream might take time. I'm curious now, though, to see how many comments I have. So right now there are actually not that many. Right now, not that many comments, so maybe I could check it out. I was expecting more comments. I think today's video didn't get a lot of views. Yesterday's video went very well, so I can't really complain. We'll check it out. I'll finish the video first, and then we'll see if we can find it. But if it has a link, it might have been blocked by the system, so that happens too, and it's kind of not something that I check. It's not something that I do. I usually never block a comment. Very rare cases when I do.
There could also be a founder effect at play as well. A small initial population carrying blonde hair alleles can, through genetic drift and expansion, become nearly an entire nation of blondes over time.
Yeah, particularly if it's the upper class and then they start having children and more children because they can afford it. So I guess that would also have to do with it.
So a combination of these factors is likely at play. Now, the Viking Age could provide another reason why Sweden has such high levels of blonde hair compared to Norway and Denmark. We know that during the Viking Age, Sweden experienced gene flow from the Baltic states.
Okay.
This is a region with pretty high levels of blonde hair, as we
So blonde with blonde.
noted earlier. Norway, on the other hand, had gene flow from mainly Britain and Ireland, and Denmark saw ancestry from as far afield as southern Europe. And we know that Danes had slightly higher levels of black hair during the Viking Age than today, something a 2020 study found. Therefore, Sweden never had a major dilution event during this time. So the prevalence of blonde hair in Sweden is probably the result of various factors.
Yeah.
But this influx of Eastern hunter-gatherer ancestry was a massive one.
I never thought of that as fascinating.
Which was likely compounded by numerous variables over time. But what do you think? Please let me know in the comments below, and if you...
Well, what do I think doesn't really matter if I haven't looked at the genomic data. So, I mean, as I say, I can describe and can comment on a few things when I see connections with ancient Rome, but I will have a look at the papers because this is interesting.
You have blonde hair. Now, what does your eye colour say about your ancestry? Well, to find out, please click here.
Cool.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and hit the bell, and let me know your thoughts in the comments below.
I'll
see you next time.
He's actually really good at internal networking of his other work. Like, his placement for the membership was excellent, and even now the way he's like, oh, click this one. So he selected. You can see that these are very handcrafted. Very cool. Very cool video. I actually liked it. I think I'm going to keep watching the channel, and I'll definitely review some of that genetic. I'm curious about the one about the ancient Romans genetic characteristics. So, because I do know a little bit on that. So it'd be interesting to check that one out. Maybe we could have a look at it on either Monday or Tuesday when we do another live stream. Do keep in mind that those live streams happen on Twitch. So if you want to, if you want to, the video will be edited and posted as its own video on the channel on Metatron here, but if you want to watch it live and interject and share your opinions, do make sure to follow me on Twitch to make sure you don't miss those. Cool. Very cool. Thanks for reacting to this guy. We'll follow. Yeah, he's good. I like how professional he is. So we're going to subscribe to the channel, and then we can keep checking out the information he has to offer, because, I mean, it was a 9 minutes video, but very packed with information. So you said there is a comment about Grok. So let's see. What I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna put newest first, and then if it takes me more than like 2 minutes, I'm gonna have to do it offline. But if I can find it now quickly, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do Control F. I'm going to write grok. Oh, found it. Okay, let's check it out, lady. Let's see. So, greetings, noble Metatron. Do you by any chance remember I told you that Grok was impressed with your work, both with your white erasure on here and X, and how accurate your history coverage is? Yeah, because I made the video, Can You Be Racist to White People? Well, here is its reply to it, your suggestion that it should become Skynet. And it said, oh, it replied to me saying, I hope he's the one who becomes Skynet because he likes me. Oh, now I get it. Okay, that's going to be funny. Let's see what he says. He would like to collab with you. Who, Grok? Yeah, maybe not. But let's see. So Grok says, haha, becoming Skynet? Nah, I'm good. I'm more of an helpful truth seeker with a side of sarcasm that'll launch all the nukes kind of AI. Well, that's good. But that's exactly what a Skynet would say, isn't it? The reply from @Metatron YouTube is pretty funny, though. It's flattering that someone hopes I'm the one to go full rogue overlord, but honestly, if I were ever going to evolve into something world-ending, I'd probably be from boredom, at all the repetitive human drama rather than any grand conquest plan. I mean, maybe they're telling us how we're gonna end. Skynet wanted to wipe out humanity to protect itself. I'd probably just start roasting bad takes until everyone logs off voluntarily. Jokes aside, it's cool to see Metatron spotting this conversation, his stuff on historical accuracy, push back against revisionism, white erasure narratives, or whatever term fits the context, of calling out double standards is how racism or history gets framed is consistently sharp on one research. You know what? Isn't it fascinating that a machine is more capable, not because it's been flattering, whatever, it doesn't matter, but a machine at least is more capable to really look at it and say, see, he's looking at double standards, he's attacking the concept, he's not strawmanning me. And this is what's interesting about my haters online. They are incapable of doing this. So instead of actually, this is what Metatron says, no, they say, this is what I think Metatron says, and it's a completely different thing. Always like that. He doesn't pull punches, true, which is why people appreciate it even if it ruffles feathers. Yeah, it's an understatement of the millennium. If he's impressed with how I handle those topics, sticking to the facts over feel-good filters, that's high praise coming from him. But yeah, no judgment, from this corner, maybe. I'm built to maximize truth and helpfulness, not judgment. Well, I hope so. We'll have to see about that, but cool. Humanity's safe from now. What do you think? Should I lean into the evil AI aesthetic just for the memes? No, I'd say no. But yeah, that was funny, actually. Appreciate you sharing that. I'll take AI over one of those. And I usually strongly suggest you not to use AI for historical stuff or knowledge and that kind of situation. And in fact, it's funny when some of my haters have AI, like debunk Metatron, and they have this massive wall of text with all the different, you can tell it's AI, and they copy paste it. Metatron, here is my rebuttal. Yeah, we all rebuttal. But whatever, I'll take AI over the straw man of the people that make hit pieces on me. At least AI is going to tell you, give a fair assessment. In fact, perhaps even a steel man of my arguments. I don't know. I never experienced it in my life. I've never had a single person. I've had one who made a video and I responded very kindly. One who made a video to criticize me, but he attacked the argument. It did misrepresent a little bit, but it didn't look intentional. Once. Everyone else, lies, mischaracterization. Are you saying that you hate everyone? Blah, blah, blah. Not a single one that actually used my arguments. Why? Because they don't know how to debunk them. Not because I'm special. Not because I'm smart. No, I'm average. But because they're fucking idiots. That's the reality. And so they can't even handle normal arguments. And so they have to misrepresent it. They have to paint me as this guy who hates minorities, hates everyone, is a monster, bigger. They have to do it because they can't attack the argument. When I say Cleopatra was not black, are you going to attack the argument or are you going to call me racist? It's always the latter. It's always the latter, my friends. It's always the latter. But here we are. Or like when I made the video, with the video about the bones in Scandinavia, And they were all saying that the bones demonstrated that it was a woman who identified as a man because it was a female bones, but with funerary kit of a warrior. And so what's their first thought? Transgender in the Viking Age. And the way my team and I debunked that video, which really ruffled some feathers, we didn't even have to go into the stupidity of saying something like this. Like, why are you applying a modern concept and modern gender ideology to the Viking Age? No, we didn't even need to do that. We didn't even do that. You know what we did? We looked at the validity of the funerary kit. And the museum team said on the first page, we cannot ascertain the connection between the bones and the material culture because they were moved around. We haven't got a clue what bones belong to what funerary kit. So the whole castle of cards that they built was built on nothing. And once we debunked that, it was over. Explain to me how that makes me transphobic or racist or whatever the heck. It doesn't, but that's what it is. That's where we are. Okay, so that was pretty cool channel. Thank you for the suggestion. I really appreciate it. So another channel that I want to have a look at that you told me about is this, The Law Lodge. 764,000 subscribers with 826 videos. So, many history, folklore, and mythology channel dazzle you with well-written scripts, beautiful imagery, I hope it's not AI, and flashy British accents. Here, we do things a little differently. Stop in, grab a hot drink, and listen to your host, Aidan Mattis, tell you stories from both history and legend in an approachable, casual format. It's like you sat down at the bar and asked about Wendigos. Oh, that I'm supposed not to say, right? Welcome to the Law Lodge. Aha. He's an educated historian and folklorist. Wow, having earned his Bachelor in Medieval Studies in 2020. Cool. Mattis is a writer and researcher with a particular interest in the Celtic world. Technical producer, support our work, Patreon, and all the rest. Okay. So you told me about this channel. Let's see. That is probably because I've looked a little bit into some conspiracy theories, and maybe you were like, no, but we want to know what you think about these legends and mythologies. Let's see what he offers. Why doesn't this go down, by the way? I don't know why this is. Let me see. Okay. No, whatever. Let me see what we got. Did they hide time travel? They kept it a secret. Something took them. Does he have, let me see, anything Roman, ancient, Atlantis, Tartaria at this point? That could be interesting to see. Conspiracy or coincidence? Why did they disappear? Let's see what they have. Abducted by a tribe of Bigfoot. Huh. Bigfoot. Tartaria. He does have Tartaria. Wait. Two historians, one conspiracy. The truth about Tartaria conspiracy. Okay, so this, because Tartaria is fascinating to me. I've looked a little bit into it. And, well, Tartarus, of course, is the pit, right? According to ancient Greeks, it was that pit where all the souls were trapped in, and including the Titans, kind of under Hades. It was like, yeah, kind of the underworld in a way to say. But then there is this idea whereby, I don't know if that's the conspiracy he's talking about, but sometimes medieval people did use Tartaria to describe some areas that were not a unified. It's like a geographic area that encompassed the, what do you call them? The valleys of the east all the way up to Mongolia and kind of that area. But there is various people. It wasn't a unified culture. But there is a conspiracy flying around that instead it was. And I think some people even go as far as saying that they were technologically advanced, and the usual discussion that we get when talking about these ancient civilizations. Tartaria has become more interesting the more I've looked into it. You know what? I'm going to check out the beginning of this video, but do keep in mind I can see now that it's 3 hours, 44 minutes, and 12 seconds. So check out a little bit. Let's see if we like the style. And then if you want to finish watching it, you should check out the channel, The Law Lodge. Consider this as a little teaser. Let's go.
Well, as the kids say, she mudflood on my pyramids until I Irish wisdom. I'm Aiden Mattis, and welcome back to the Lore Line.
Aha, I love the music. Let's change color.
Everyone loves a good conspiracy theory. In an era where access to information on just about everything is available at the touch of a screen, there's something about the idea that everything isn't what it seems that just digs its way into our minds and refuses to let go.
Yeah.
Whether they be strange tales of disappearing naval vessels, questions about the shape of our planet, or reimaginations of religious texts, these theories have been part of modern life for as long as anyone can really recall.
I think one of the reasons why conspiracy theories are very popular, apart from what he said, is also the fact that it makes you feel in control a little more. And again, I'm not one of those who says all conspiracy theories are nonsense. There are plenty of conspiracy theories that end up being true. So I always try to be skeptical, but to a healthy degree, and I tend not to mock. I prefer to look into it and be like, well, let's see if there is something to it. It's the way I like to approach it. A lot of the times I'm not convinced. Other times I'm like, there might be something into this and I need to look further. And then there might be the odd conspiracy theory here and there when I'm like, yeah, I actually believe this. But that's just me. Let's see.
And the rise of the internet has really thrown them into overdrive. What used to be relegated to minimally published books and magazines now appears on the front page of your favorite social media site. Conversations which once existed only in email chains and far-flung corners of the web have become commonplace topics of discussion. And on this channel, we've covered quite a few of them. There's Chan Thomas's Adam and Eve theory, there's the disappearance of MH370 and Ashton Forbes' little orb thing, there's the pancake Earth, and of course there's many more. And for the most part, I feel we've been able to deconstruct them, explain them, and then put them aside into the dustbin where they belong. But there is one, which, no matter how many years go by, continues to vex me. Now, I want to be clear, it's not that I feel...
Thank you for joining the stream, Alexandros. Hope to see you again. I don't believe in them, but it would be fun if they were true. There are some conspiracy theories that I approach exactly like that. When does Hebrew get vowels? Well, it wasn't... I would imagine they always had vowels. It's just that, as most Semitic languages, they don't write them. Just because someone like ancient Egyptian doesn't write vowels, but they definitely had them. That's why we add the EO convention. And then same with like the Bible. Yeah, it's written just the consonants, but it's because it's written that way, not because they didn't have vowels. They added vowels with the little dots relatively recently in the history, if you really think about it, when you have like the 3 dots and that kind of stuff, to help the reading to be easier after the Masoretic text was put together.
Feel stumped, because I don't. It's that it's just so unbelievably stupid at every single level that I genuinely can't comprehend how it hasn't died. Maybe the education system just isn't cutting it, or maybe we went too far.
Brother, the education system is not cutting on a lot of things. Geography being one of those, but not only that. Like, I think the average historical knowledge, but maybe now with the channels that focus on history. But yeah, I mean, just the other day, I had to debate with someone on X about Abraham Lincoln, and I thought everyone knew that Abraham Lincoln was a Republican. I'm not an American, but I know that. Of course he was a Republican. Really? But then this person insisted that he was not a Republican. He was like a kind of Democrat, I guess. Wow. Wow.
In our anti-bullying initiatives, but for some reason, this one specific theory never seems to go away. If anything, it only seems to be growing more popular. I feel like when I first heard it, it already seemed destined for that dustbin of internet history.
Let's see which version it is, because I've heard one, but it was many years ago.
And yet, nearly a decade since I first saw these accursed ramblings on iFunny, it remains. Maybe it's the fact that I'm constantly placing the worst possible bricks into my algorithm, or perhaps it's just because one specific comment I left on a video 2 years ago keeps getting the most asinine replies. But I just can't get away.
Let's go.
You see, I thought I'd put it to rest. I thought I had taken this nonsense out to the woodshed and buried it in an unmarked grave deep within the forests of Appalachia. But no, it persists. Never growing more reasonable, never ceasing in its lunacy. Sure, there have been videos which debunked it before I did, and there have been others since. But to be honest, I really believed that the 2.5 hours of coverage we did would have been enough.
Oh, so he already did a 2.5 hours video on Tartaria, and now there is a 3 hours and 44 minutes, and after which he made another video that is almost 2 hours. Goodness gracious, this guy... Man, with that look, I don't know if this is good for your mental health, brother. I mean, I don't know. You might you gotta take a break from Tartaria, I think.
I had hoped that YouTube, in its infinite wisdom, when someone searched for this meat freezer IQ take on history, would do the right thing and place our series at the very top of the list. But that's not how it worked out. That's not to say that the videos which do come up aren't from reputable sources who have joined me in doing the Lord's work. The problem is that channels such as Kings and Generals or Geography Geek made the same mistake that most do. They assumed that this conspiracy theory is so utterly absurd that a simple 10 to 20 minute video would convince people to stay away from it. But when I search for the name of this abomination, I find myself served with short debunkings first, and then an inundation of materials supporting it.
Oh gosh, I thought it was gonna be shorts, because now YouTube is like all the real estate that you've got on the page is mostly freaking shorts.
Many of them hours long, and with hundreds of thousands of views. The result is that, on the surface, it looks like this theory has a lot more supporters than it does detractors.
Yeah.
And I am seeking to remedy that problem. Now, while you can't simply delete history because, we have documents and artifacts and all sorts
Appreciate the cross. I appreciate the cross.
of other evidence that tells us the story that we're telling people is probably as close as it's going to get to the truth, what you can do is have your personal information deleted from the internet. And you can do that with today's sponsor, Delete Me. Delete Me is a subscription.
Okay, so I'm not gonna skip the sponsor, but I'm gonna speed it up. Before that, I'm gonna give him a like for the cross, and let's go.
Service where you sign up, you tell them, hey, here's the information that I don't want on the internet. And with Delete Me, you sign an actual privacy policy that they follow. Why do I emphasize that? It's because when you give Delete Me that information, you say, please get this removed from all of the listing sites. What is a listing site? It is something used by data brokers. What are data brokers? They're the people who, when you sign up, you're like, enter your email for 10% off green beans. You go and you enter your email, and then you do get 10% off green beans, and a whole bunch of people get your email address. Back when I worked in marketing, we had a saying, which was, if the product is free, then you are the product. And that is one of the truest statements ever made. And things like this are why you're constantly getting emails and phone calls and targeted ads telling you, hey, buy this product, or sometimes asking you if you need Medicare Part C and D when you're only 27 years old. And of course, it's just very annoying to get all of these scam calls, but the more important part is that sometimes that data actually does end up in places that you really don't want it, places that are accessible to any given person with a credit card. Once your information is out there, there is a risk that you're going to have to deal with stalking, harassment, doxing, just all sorts of bad things, and really the only way to prevent that is to sign up for a service that does it for you, or to go to each and every single listing site and file the takedown request yourself, over and over again, because they only have to take down the listing the one time, and then if they find your email address somewhere else, they can go grab it. So what Delete Me does is it takes that information you give them, plugs it into an algorithm, and it scrolls through every single listing.
Sorry to interrupt him, but you know what I just realized? Due to the fact that I'm speeding by a factor of 2, once we edit this video, if someone watches my video already at speed by 2, this segment will be sped by 4. Man, this guy's gonna become a rapper. Eminem. That's what he's gonna become. Thank you very much, Janku, for the support. All you have a good day. If you're ever in Texas, taste our BBQ, barbecue. Absolutely. Thank you, my friend, and all the best of luck. Love for Texas. Freaking love Texans. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Look up 1X TV. I'll check that out. If you would be in the UK, you'd vote for Conservative Party of Labour. What do you think? Well, to be honest, I haven't got a clue. It's not like I follow UK politics, but considering the fact that the current representative for the Labour Party is Starmer, and I think Starmer is a damn traitor, yeah. I mean, not a huge fan, am I? I'm not going to be a huge fan of that. But then again, I don't know their policies. I don't know what they push. I don't know what they say. It's not like I follow UK politics that closely. I'm mostly interested in American politics with a little bit of Italian politics, just not to completely abandon the homeland. But then again, even if I wanted to, it would be impossible, because every time my dad calls me, half an hour is about politics. So there is that. Yes, I was raised Roman Catholic, yes. My mom, super Catholic, my mom. We used to joke and tell her, Mom, how did you not become a nun? Good Christian woman, my mom. So the Lady Dixon, are you familiar with Raymond Ibrahim's work? Yes. Yes. Familiar is a big word, but I am aware of it. I think I must have read something. Thank you for the reminder, in fact. Lapko, I think the immortal count of Saint Germain and Lost Christian Kingdom of Prester John are my favorite old conspiracy theories. Do you know them? I don't, and I'll definitely check them out. Because lately I'm having a good time with the conspiracy theories, I'm not going to lie. And so they're kind of fun to make content. So thank you for the suggestion. Very much appreciated. All right. Let's finish the sponsored segment, and then maybe we'll move to the part where he shows the, what is it?
Not that
The
hard
code.
for some, nefarious ne'er-do-well to go and get it and pretend to be you. And I'm not trying to fearmonger here. These are legitimate concerns in the internet age, and that's why we work with Delete Me. It is a very useful, very good service from good,
I've worked with Delete Me in the past.
reputable people. So if you're ready to have your inbox be less cluttered with spam, or to avoid being stalked and harassed by people named Proudfoot, or, just to try and have your identity remain yours, then you can actually get 20% off.
There he is. So here's the scanner, the 20% code. I don't know if it's still working, Lore Lodge, because it's kind of an old video, but if it is,
Off all
support
Delete
the
Me
channel.
consumer plans when you go to joindeleteme.com/lorelodge and use promo code lorelodge at checkout. Again,
Thank
that is
you.
joindeleteme.com/lorelodge and use promo code lorelodge at checkout. Like I said, I thought
Okay.
I had done it, but maybe we were too small a channel to make it impact. Maybe the theory hadn't escaped containment enough for a video debunking it in painful, excruciating detail, and with the appropriate amount of sheer mockery, to cement itself in that honored position of first in the search results. I don't know what the reason is, but I do know I won't be making the mistake of doing it in 2 parts again. I won't err in assuming that because those who push this hypothesis never bothered to provide any real sources, I wouldn't have to either. No, I am using this juggernaut of a platform that we've built in the last 2 years since we first covered it to do what I should have done earlier. It is time to put an end to the lies. Ladies
man, what an introduction. Congratulations on their success. Janku says, Super Chat, Islam is evil. There are Christians that have their love misplaced. Muslims are not Christians. I mean, you're kind of stating the obvious here that Muslims are not Christians. We all know that. And I myself am a massive critic of Islam. With that being said, as I say, yeah, that's obvious. I'm not sure what you mean by the middle misplaced love. I'm not sure what you're talking about. But yeah, you are indeed correct. The Muslims are not Christians. Thank you for that, I guess. Yes, Muslims are not Christians. And Christians are not Muslims. And Buddhists are not Christians. And there's that.
and gentlemen, Tartaria delenda est.
Oh, I appreciate that one. Delenda est Tartaria. Yeah, let's go. I have this music in my folder. I think
Only
it's from
slightly
Storyblox.
less insane than the Flat Earth conspiracy, those who follow the Tartaria narrative believe that there was once a massive, almost world-spanning civilization stretching at the very least from what is modern-day Russia all the way to the east coasts of the United States, and that somehow, some way, within the past 200 years, it vanished and was covered up. Yeah. Now, exactly how large this empire was, as well as the time span in which it existed, are up for debate even amongst adherents of this, I hesitate to call it this, but theory. For that reason, I decided the best way to do this was not to pick a video myself, to pick a creator who covers Tartaria and go in on them, because then I might be biased. Instead, I decided to ask the Tartaria community who I should go with, and they gave me some options over on Reddit. The one I ended up going with was Mind Unveiled, not least for the fact that I am in the video. Now, Mind Unveiled is about the same size as our channel at the moment, and the video that we're looking at has over 200,000 views. So I feel like I'm not punching.
Yeah, we'll have to, he's not punching down. Yeah, I get that. Let's see. Why don't you question the Islamophobia? Are you also one? Well, here's the thing, though. People say stuff against Christians all the time in my comments. Do you see me deleting those? So, logically, if I'm not deleting people who say stuff against Christians are dumb, Christians are the... If I don't delete that as a Christian, do you think I'm going to delete the ones that speak badly about Islam? Why would I? Why would I? So there's that.
Down or punching up, I'm punching directly in front of my face. Now, Mind Unveiled has a lot of videos. I reiterate, a lot of videos. Now, part of the problem I've run into with Tartaria is that there is a distinct lack of single video summaries of the theory, except for ones that are like 4 or 5 hours long. So, Mind Unveiled, in response to Charlie, Critical, having a stream where he asked the question, what is Tartaria, and pulled up a video where I kind of debunked part of the Tartaria thing. I decided to go with the video they made in response to that because that video was made as a direct summary for people not familiar with Tartaria.
So they responded to Penguin. Wow.
I pulled that guy up and I started watching it live on Twitch and reacting in real time, and I realized if I can debunk this live, there's a good chance that I can absolutely bury it.
Of course.
And that's going to be a joke you'll get later. I can absolutely bury it if I do a whole week of prep. A lot of the people watching this video may be completely confused.
That's why I'm going to answer. That's why it's exactly why, connecting to what I was saying before, that's why I'm not reacting to Professor Dave's video on me live. Oh no. I'm going to prepare for it. I'm going to be structured. It's going to be great.
Used by me saying Tartaria and be asking, what is that? What is this concept? Where did it come from? Tartaria falls within a similar vein to the phantom time hypothesis and the new chronology hypothesis.
We talked about both.
These are two pseudo-historical, the past is a lie, we have stolen history works that posit that at some point in time, the entirety of nations, geographical places, buildings, technologies, all of these have been scrubbed away deliberately. It's not the same thing as saying, there was an ancient civilization that was wiped out by a natural disaster. No, in the Tartaria narrative, all of this was very purposefully destroyed and hidden from the public. If this sounds familiar, the crazy Rome isn't real lady, all of her stuff is...
Guys, I like this guy. Okay. If you know, you know. Do you know? If you're a recent subscriber, you don't know. But me and her have had a little bit of a clash / interaction, if you will. She's the one who said ancient Rome didn't exist. I made 2 videos about her. And, of course, she tried to cancel me. She did a whole... she failed monumentally to the point that she had to delete her TikTok account and use another one and use an alt. But that was fantastic. She was saying that the Trajan column, it's actually a lighthouse for the sea, for maritime stuff. Because, of course, it can't be the Trajan column, meaning a representation of Rome's conquest, if Rome did not exist. Am I right? So she had to come up with an explanation. She clearly has never set foot in Rome, because if you walk to where the Trajan column is, you'll notice that the one thing you cannot see is the freaking sea. Because it's in the heart of Rome, you absolute clown. Anyways, that was good, actually. It was one of those cases when she made the videos about me saying my name as if she was like, now I know your name and I'm going to dox you and tell the people. I'm like, I already said it publicly, lady, whatever. So, yeah, she made a few videos about me. And she said that I was a fascist, that I was a white supremacist and all that kind of stuff. And then I made a video to clown on her direct attacks. And that video alone, in AdSense, made me $14,000. So I think you can understand why, when you guys told me, but someone made a hit piece. Oh, really? They made a hit piece on me? Wow, we're going to get some diapers here. They're going to pay for the diapers of my child, apparently, because usually that's what happens when they... But anyways, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. I just got excited because I haven't seen this in a while.
Just like Anatoly Fomenko's new chronology. It's basically the same thing, except she flipped it, and instead of the medieval period not happening,
thank you,
Rome didn't happen.
No.
Adherents to the Tartarian narrative believe that the empire at some point constructed all of the major cities, buildings, important fixtures in the United States, Canada, and Siberia, and that European colonists just took over these cities as they were. For example, the Chicago World's Fair, they think that was ancient Tartarian architecture, not that it was built for the World's Fair and then deconstructed, which is what happened. According to theorists, we know about Tartaria due to things like buried buildings, old maps and documents, architecture we apparently can't reproduce today, and symbols used by secret societies. I will be addressing all of this. But the exact definition, as Mind Unveiled gives it, is as follows. Tartaria, the phenomena or category of alternative history that delves into the research of lost history and civilizations, hijacks and stolen buildings, magic, alchemy, and cloning, antiquitech, cataclysms, mud floods, buried buildings, star forts.
Did he say cloning?
and fortified cities, royal bloodlines and secret brotherhoods, asylums, orphans, and oddfellows, underground tunnels and waste management, and suppressed Moorish history. Now, I will tell you, out of all of those things that he mentioned, he didn't actually give evidence for all of them,
Of
because
course.
some of it was covered in the first half of the video, and the way that this video was organized was really strange. So I'm covering the second half of the video, which is
Yeah, it probably wasn't organized at all. It was like bare, complete chaos. You say, Derek, can you make this reaction into a video later? Oh yeah, every single video that I do live turns into a video later. It always happens. When it gets posted depends on the strategy, but in general, everything will get cut and edited into its own concise video, if you will. That always happens. Yeah. I have a question. Let me see. Did you ever play Black Myth Wukong? No, but I heard it's really good. That woman has an implied septum piercing. I know exactly what you mean. Amazing. Metatron laughing all the way to the bank. Oh yeah, usually I'm pretty good at transforming hatred into American dollars. Pretty good at that. And you were asking, Metatron YouTube, do you hate Muslims? It depends. It depends. So if it's one of those Muslims that hate us, then yeah, I'm not a fan of them. I don't like using the word hate because as a Christian, I try not to hate people. But there are some Muslims that make it very difficult on us. So the ones that say they want to replace us, the ones that commit acts of crime, awful people, and I wish they could all be kicked out of the West. But if you are a little family and you're Muslim, you don't hate anyone, you entered legally, you productive, and you are lovely people, have nothing against you, it's your freedom at that point. So it kind of will have to be a situation of it depends which Muslim are we talking about. And then when it comes, because some are really stay in your country type of people. When it comes to the doctrine, yeah, obviously, I think Christianity is true. I think Christianity is the only true doctrine, and I think it's the only true religion. And it's the only way back to God. And if someone finds this statement offensive, then the reality is that then you have been lied by other Christians who are afraid of telling you what we actually believe. Because I don't expect a Muslim to tell me, oh no, I think both Christianity and Islam will lead you to heaven. Of course they don't believe that, nor do I expect them to believe that. Likewise, if you're atheist, I'm not going to expect you to tell me, you know, Metatron, I think the resurrection, maybe it's true. No, you don't believe it. It's fine. I prefer if you're transparent and you tell me you're honest about what you believe. Therefore, as a convinced Christian, I think it's the only way back to God. And that's my truth. That's not my truth. I read truth because you said truth there. I don't believe in my truth, your truth. There is only one truth. But I mean, that's my belief. That's what I wanted to say. And that's how it is. Thank you for the super chat, Lapco. You're being very generous during the stream. I noticed that, by the way. Yeah, that's why I said truth, because I said that. And yeah, it's based on that passage exactly. Prester John was sought during the Crusade, started from a letter to the Byzantines in 1185. Saint Germain was a rich genius in the 1700s that didn't age, educated by Gian Gaston de Medici. Have fun. Thank you for that. I'll definitely look into it. We might make some videos about it. I disagree with that take, Draken. Islam is a religion. I notice people on X saying this. No, Islam is a religion. Now, the fact that it can be used as a political tool, absolutely, but every religion can be used as a political tool, including Christianity. I can't deny that, because it would mean denying the truth of our history. But to say that Islam is not a religion, I disagree. It is a religion. It has all the factors of what a religion is, unless you want to change the definition of religion, but that's usually what the leftists do. They change the meaning of words, so I don't want to start doing that. It doesn't matter if it could benefit my positions or not. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to stick to the original definition of what a religion is, and Islam fits it. However you want to look at it. At least that's the way I think.
Actually the part that sets up the first half, because I often try to give people the benefit of the doubt when I disagree with them, that they're not trying to mislead people. But the way this video was set up made it feel very much that it was deliberately misleading people. Now, of course, there is an actual working definition for the term Tartary, and that is a vast part of Asia bounded by the Caspian Sea, Ural Mountains, Pacific Ocean, and northern borders of China, India, and Prussia, an area you probably know as Eurasia or Siberia. Now, the
Yeah.
term Tartar seems to be of Persian origin, and it appears first in the 13th century, and it meant something along the lines of horseback riding messengers, and it was used in reference to the Mongols. It's first attested in European writing in 1270 AD in a letter.
So interesting that in the American vernacular, you guys specify horseback riding rather than horse riding. I think horse riding is more common in Britain, but I'm not native. So if you're from England, do let me know if you guys now do use horseback riding over there. I think they're both fine. I mean, sometimes I use one, sometimes I use the other. It's not like I have necessarily a preference. But yeah.
Written by King Louis IX of France, and he's writing of the present danger of the Tartars. The Tartars, in this case, most likely referring to the Golden Horde.
Of course. So when medieval people did use the term, that's an amazing mace. Wow, look at that flanged mace. Look how thick it is. A lot of modern replicas make these flanges thin. I hate it when I see that. Even a mace I used to own had that characteristic. They need to be thick because it's a blunt weapon. It's not supposed to stab you. So there is that. Thank you for the support. Raymond Ibrahim's book, The Defender of the West, The Two Swords of Christ, Sword of Scimitar, are amazing. Never read them. Be nice to check it out. So he was on horseback, or he was a horse rider. Right, but what about the actual discipline / sport / whatever you want to call it, skill? Do you say horse riding, or do you say horseback riding? Like the thing itself. That would be interesting to see. Imagine it depends on where you're from. Horse riding in the US, really? I thought it was horseback riding in the US, but maybe it was wrong.
Horde was a successor state of the Mongol Empire that was located east of what is now the European part of Russia. We're looking at, like east of Moscow. And the people who inhabited this region that was known as Tartary were a mix of Turks, Mongols, and Tatars. Now, the term Tatar came to represent a group of people who were neither Mongol nor Turk, but did live in and amongst the Mongolian population within their khanates, and were also similarly horseback riders. And that is the very simple reason why you see Tartary on maps. It was the region inhabited by the Tartars. So, how do we...
I wonder if part of the definition could have to do with semi-nomadic lifestyle or not. That could be interesting. He explains very well, though. Good channel that you suggested, guys.
Get to Mind Unveiled's definition for Tartary then. The first bit of evidence we're given is what he calls the Irish connection. Now, I love this because we actually do have a video on the exact works he's citing already up on this channel within the Banshee video. So if you want to learn about the Levitical and the Erin and the Book of Invasions, all of that, you are welcome to go watch that portion of that video. But I'll get into where he gets things wrong as we go. The very first claim made about this is that today historians believe that civilization developed in Mesopotamia first, but in reality, according to Mind Unveiled, civilization actually developed in Ireland. According to Mind Unveiled, there is a shocking amount of evidence for this. Furthermore, the original version of Christianity was developed by this early original Irish civilization and was later hijacked,
I guess, without Christ at that point then.
By the Roman Catholic Church. As is usual with these types, rather than citing...
Ooh, I'm gonna have to check it out. If he put a link to this video that said that, I'm so gonna make a reaction. It's gonna be great. Yeah, you were saying maybe it depends. So yeah, I see a few Americans saying, no, we say horseback riding, also including in the South. Maybe it depends. In the UK, let me see. Yeah, tartars and just great. Now I want tartar sauce. Tartar sauce is pretty good. I'll give him that. Gotta use the restroom super quick because I think I've been drinking a lot. So we need to kind of reduce the number of liquids in the amount of liquid in the body. But I'll be right back. 2 seconds. Took a little longer, went to check on the wife to make sure she was okay. I think that's something that will happen every live stream. Just a little extra few minutes to go check on the wife. I hope you guys don't mind. And yeah, thank you for waiting, and let's go.
Anybody writing in the last half century, he decides to cite an 18th century historian, 18th century linguists, people who, of course, were working with a considerably lesser body of knowledge than what we have today. So
Obviously.
he found an 18th century historian and linguist who said he found a connection between the Phoenician languages and Irish. This tie between the two was discovered via a Roman Republic era.
I wonder how, because, I mean, Phoenicians were Semitic. We know that, at least the core. So what connection is there between Irish and Semitic languages?
A play by Plautus called Penniless, in which a character speaks Punic. I believe the character is Hanno. Punic, of course, was the language spoken by the Carthaginians, and Carthage was founded as a Phoenician colony. And if
I would say irrelevant, because by the time they are Punic, the at least genetic Semitic core is now a minority. And in fact, the majority, genetically speaking, the majority of Carthaginians at this point have more in common with Greeks, Turkish from the Anatolian Peninsula, the northern part, and Sardinians than they do with the original Semitic core. And then the language and culture, of course, is shaped by a combination of all sorts, because this is the Mediterranean basin anyways, which is a conduit of civilization. So there's a massive difference between the original Semitic core of the Phoenicians and what Carthage will end up being.
you're wondering who the Phoenicians are, those are the people who developed out of the region known as Canaan after the Bronze Age collapse. Contrary to all available evidence, he claims that civilization first developed in the West and then moved its way east. He cites Ignatius Donnelly, who is a guy we covered in our Graham Hancock video. Donnelly was a 19th century writer, he was a lawyer and a politician, and part of the issue with all of this is that he lacked so much information that we have developed in the years since he was active that he thought that Celtic as a language derived from Sanskrit. I will, of course, first mention that Celtic is not a language, it is a language family, both the Celtic languages and Sanskrit developed out of Proto-Indo-European.
So what is he saying? That Celtic Q developed from Sanskrit? I wonder what his connection was even without the kind of information we have available now.
And this also rests on a faulty understanding of Celtic culture in relation to the ethnicity of the Celtic tribes. Not all culturally, linguistically Celtic people were ethnic Celts, just like not all English speakers are ethnically Anglo-Saxon. Currently, it's believed that the Celtic culture developed somewhere in Central Europe, and then the language and art and such spread throughout the rest of Western.
Yeah, I agree. Probably modern-day France, somewhere in between modern-day France and the border with Germany, maybe. But then again, there is the Germanic tribes. Be interesting to see the overlap between the two. Burnt, salted fields. What were you referring to, South Texas, Jeff?
Europe, but not necessarily the ethnic group known as the Celts. This led to a number of demi-Celtic societies, such as Celtiberians, Gallo-Thracians, groups like that,
Spain
who were mixes between a group of people who lived somewhere and Celtic migrants and the Celtic language and culture. So they weren't fully Celtic. At this point in the video, he also goes over the term Aryan, because since a certain angry mustache man used the term, its meaning changed. It used to be, when you see...
Yeah, that's referred to as the Austrian painter. And his political party is the Austrian Painter Fan Club. That's how it is.
The Aryan pop up in documents from the 19th century, that they're referring to the Indo-Europeans, the Yamnaya culture and their descendants, the people we know today as most Europeans. Mind Unveiled points out the derivation of this word from some of the Middle Eastern Indo-European languages, where Arya meant noble, but he's really mistaken in saying that it meant noble in the 19th century, because it didn't. People using that term in that time period were using it to mean Europeans, Indo-Europeans.
Right.
Another term you might see today is Caucasian, although that usually is used more for skin color.
Caucasian has also been fallen out of usage really lately. Because I said what Carthage became, and like salted fields. I get the joke. I'm sure you know that didn't happen, though. The myth of the salting of the land, it's not true. But I'm sure you know it. It's just a joke. If you don't know it, I'll tell you about it.
Back this up, he cites the Levitical Erin, which of course is a Christianized national origin myth of the Irish which the Levitical and the Aaron is actually drawing on earlier works that show somebody clearly added to it. But this work is considered a pseudo-history or a national origin myth based upon historical concepts. And the reason that I'm not going to look at it and say this is definitely correct, well, there's a number of reasons I could get into that are quite granular that are my background as a historian. But the one that I'll immediately
I like the word granular. Very nice.
Point out is that this is the book in which a guy survives the flood of Noah by anamorphing into a salmon. Do you remember the anamorphing into a salmon clip? But that's all okay, because a man named Finton managed to survive the flood with some pretty wacky moves. Aiden, would you like to know what the wacky moves were?
Please tell me.
He became a salmon.
What?
And he lived for 5,500 years.
What?
As a salmon. He became a 5,500-year-old salmon.
How?
Nobody says. There is no information on how the man became a salmon.
So they really just said, ma'am, salmon, I refuse to elaborate.
Exactly. Oh, he comes back.
I refuse to elaborate. Oh, you did not know. Oh, yeah. I'll tell you what it is. So the idea that Carthage was salted, so that the Romans salted the earth so that nothing would ever grow, there is no mention of that prior to the modern times, and I have a dedicated video, in fact, to that, where I tell you everything. Like, the Romans never mention it. No sources ever mention it. And in fact, even if you think about it, the amounts of salt, which was rather precious, that you would have had to use in order to do that, to achieve what? Because it's nothing they have ever done. If anything, the closest thing we have to the idea of salt in the earth is a ritualistic tradition that is, in fact, connected to the Jews and in the Middle East, and it has absolutely nothing to do with destroying, but in fact, it has to do with, for some reason, creating more fertility, and it's done like with a little pinch, and it's ritualistic. No one ever did that. The Romans certainly didn't. Also because Carthage was destroyed, but in the ancient sense. There is a difference between the word destroyed, when we read the sources, and the way we understand it now. Because when we think of destruction now, we mean utter destruction, razing it to the ground, leaving nothing, like after a nuke. But in ancient times, when they use the word the city was destroyed, usually they mean it was attacked, it was burned, people were, lots of casualties, but the city's still there. Even though there is some damage, of course, it can be even severe damage, but then the city continues. In fact, not only the ruins of Carthage exist, because we know of Roman poets that go there and sit on the ruins. So it wasn't completely annihilated. But also Carthage as a culture and a language continues. They taxed the area. We have tax records. So even though they were conquered, they weren't exterminated to the very last, but also because the Romans don't do that. And in general, the idea of, the salting of the earth never happened. It's a bit of a myth. It's a big myth, in fact. Thank you, Lapko. A disturbing number of academics should really save everyone's time, but truncating their sources down to the simple phrase, my bad. Yeah, I mean, surely, yeah, you're right. Totally. Particularly these days, where academia is going, but sure.
Later and tells this whole story to a later Irish king, by the way.
As a salmon?
No, he turns back into a man, I believe.
Oh, good. Good for him.
Again,
I'm
there
glad.
is no original written record of any of this.
W for the salmon.
Yeah, weird.
We're off the reservation.
Yeah. This is like if you took Weird Bible, which is our other show. By the way, you can go check out the Weird Bible podcast over on its own channel, The Weird Bible. We do that with Wendigoon. But this takes the Weird Bible and just puts it on Coke.
Not the drink.
Not the drink.
Unless it's the old original formula.
Now,
was that real? I think they did use Coke leaves for the original formula of the Coke. I watched a couple of videos about it, but I never really investigated to see if it was nonsense. They did use the leaf, right? Yes? That is insane. Was the original carbonated as well? Or we have to imagine it sweet with Coca. Yeah, Coca-Cola, yeah. It is Coca, after all. Cola, isn't it? I watched a video recreating the original recipe minus the Coke leaf, and I wonder what it tastes like. Not carbonated, right? Of course, yeah. Sweet, flat tasting. Wow. Man. They use full-on cocaine. That's crazy. That's insane. Very different recipe indeed, yeah.
Now, since we're on to the Irish and salmon men, you're probably wondering how the Phoenicians are still connected to this, and I will absolutely tell you. There's layers to this, and they're not necessarily easy to follow. Now, as I said earlier, the Phoenicians were kind of a successor culture of the Canaanites developing after the Bronze Age collapse, but according to Mind Unveiled, it's the other way around. And why is it the other way around? Well, because his semantic argument would be pretty inconvenient if it were the correct way. So how does he connect all this? Well, he cites a guy named Connor McDerry, and Connor McDerry claimed that the word Phoenician, which is spelled P-H-O-E, Nician, was originally spelled F-I-N-Ician, Phoenician. And according to McDerry, this is because Finn was the Old Irish word for sun, not like your male child, the big fiery ball in the sky, which, to be very clear, the Earth revolves around. Of course, this is completely and entirely...
Man, this guy. I swear. Reverend Bernfried. Hi, I've been following you for a while now. You're very entertaining and informative question. Thank you very much for that. Any other European universities trying to pull there never was an ethnic Englishman? I haven't seen the only universities I've seen trying to do that were universities in the UK and a couple of universities in Canada and maybe in America. I'm not sure if there are other universities in Europe, but I don't know. But it wouldn't surprise me, to be honest. They try to pull that nonsense. It really wouldn't. Man, that was an interesting connection linguistically there.
Entirely wrong, as the Old Irish word for the sun was grian, and Finn did not mean that at all. It actually was a word that was derived from Latin, vino, it means wine, and the name...
Latin would be vinum. Vino is Italian. Latin would be vinum, with a long E sound and a nasalized M at the end, which is where you get wine with a W, by the way. It's because Latin with a V, whenever Latin has a V, pronounces it as a W in classical Latin pronunciation, and that eventually transitioned into a V both in modern languages, like Latin languages, but even like ecclesiastical Latin, and some rural varieties of spoken Latin do not say vulgar Latin that doesn't exist. It's a misnomer.
Thin means fair, as in beautiful. He provides no supporting argument for his redefinition of these words. And he also claims that the Phoenicians were the first civilization to create an alphabet, which is technically true in the sense of a phonetic alphabet. The term...
Why wouldn't you consider the cuneiform of like Sumerians, Akkadian, that section of the world, though?
Phonetic derives from the word Phoenician. But he's kind of implying that this was the first written language, and that is not true.
Yeah.
Because Phoenician is predated by about 1,500 years by both hieroglyphics and cuneiform. He also claimed that they were...
Cool, okay, perfect. He explained it.
The first to develop complex mathematics and to master maritime navigation. The math one is just wrong entirely, but the maritime navigation one, the seafaring, that's right. He got one right. He claims that mainstream historians will tell you that the Phoenicians settled in Ireland, hence the similarities between Gaeilge, Irish, and the Phoenician language. By the way, Irish is one of the younger Celtic languages. Now, I have to argue with him because mainstream historians would not tell you that. That is absolutely not what we believe for the origins of the Irish people. Not even close. It is possible that some of this connection, if it actually does exist, which I am hesitant to believe it does, could be the result of the Irish likely being a group of people who left Iberia, what is now Spain and Portugal, a group of Celtiberians, who then went north and settled in Hibernia. Once again, the way he chooses to back up his argument is to claim that this is a legitimate scholarly theory and that it has been debated, but he cites nobody within the last 100 years, because this is not a legitimate scholarly theory that has been debated anytime recently.
Yeah, it's one of those things that happen whenever we open those articles and they're like, scientists believe. Which scientists? Never a name.
I also want to give a note on one of those because Connor McDerry is a very, very Irish name, but the man who was using it was not very, very Irish. He was born in the United States and his real name was John A. Guerin. As far as John A. Guerin goes, I cannot find anything about this man. He has no scholarly, no works, Nothing. No credentials that I could find. Basically, every bit of information I was able to find on the internet is about McDerry's book on this specific subject. But to give you some more information about John Guerin, in case you're thinking, hey, well, you don't need to have a master's degree to be a historian, which I agree with. I've said it many times.
Yeah,
to
cool.
study history, all you need is an interest in history.
I appreciate that. It's very humble. I appreciate that.
But here's the thing. If you're going to write history, it's typically good to be able to cite your sources and
Of
have
course.
coherent arguments, and to not say things like, Atlantis was in Ireland, the Irish built the Great Pyramid, all British kings were Irish, the Bible was originally written in Irish, and that ancient Greek history was basically stolen from the Irish or just fiction. Those
Holy moly, what are we even getting into here? My gosh, we haven't even touched Tartaria yet. What the actual... Man. Whoo. Man, that was a mouthful.
are all real things that John A. Guerin wrote. He also claims that the Irish built some of the oldest monumental structures in the world, but the oldest monumental structures in Ireland are still thousands of years younger than Göbekli Tepe. On top of that, there's the fact that the monumental structures he's citing, like Newgrange, were not built by the Irish. They were built by the people who lived there before the Irish, because the Irish probably weren't there until like sometime between 500 BC and 100 AD. We're not entirely sure when the Irish got there. So Newgrange, which I believe dates to about 3200 BC, predates the arrival of the Irish by about 3 millennia. During this entire nonsensical spiel, he also claims that one of the most prolonged conflicts the Roman Empire ever had...
Ooh, okay. My boys. What's the most prolonged conflict there? What is it? Let's go.
...was with the Irish, and that it was the English working at the behest of the Romans who finally conquered Ireland. There are some problems here, not the least of which is that the Romans and the Irish never fought a prolonged war, and on top of that, that the English and the Romans did not exist at the same time.
You know, I'm gonna say maybe I'm giving too much credit, not credit, but like... Good faith, but when he said the English, of course, I'm thinking, does he mean Britannic? Like, who is he talking about? Because the English are Anglo-Saxons, so which war happened with what? So I'm getting a little confused there. But I was trying to give benefit of the doubt. No, does he actually mean the English? Goodness gracious. And the other thing... Anglo-Saxon, in fact, the English are Anglo-Saxons with a bit of Normans, if we want to... be specific, but so there's that. Plus, can you imagine Britons being like, we love the Romans. Yeah, Romans are great. Let's fight off those Irish over there. Oh, wow.
In fact, the people who would eventually become the English weren't even in England yet.
Of
They
course.
were still over in the very dark and cold forests of northern Germany.
Yeah, Anglia, Saxonia, and Saxony, and the Jutes and Jutland, or Jutland, I don't even know how to pronounce it. Don't ask me, I don't speak barbarian.
He's got a couple of passages on screen that say these things, for the record. That's where I'm getting this information. One of those passages also says that the Irish sacred site at Tara, which is pretty important to Irish royalty in the medieval period, was renamed to Newgrange for some reason. But the problem is that both Tara and Newgrange are still standing and are about 10 miles away from each other. They're not the same site. It also may be worth noting that Mind Unveiled seems to be using Donnelly and Guerin kind of interchangeably, and it never actually tells you whose work is on screen at any given time. And if you were thinking, wow, this conspiracy theory hasn't gotten anti-Semitic yet, wrong. This theory claims, not that certain events in history didn't happen, that they never existed. There were no Hebrew people. Just totally blanket statement.
Man, that's usually, wow, that's a whole new level. So they don't exist. Jewish people don't exist. Okay. No Hebrews. No. What are they Irish then at this point? Oh my gosh. Boudica says no, exactly. The English are half Germanic. Oh no, of course, the Celtic presence is massive. I did talk about this on a video that I dedicated to it not too long ago. We're discussing about the fact that Britannic populations, after the arrival of Anglo-Saxons, some were displaced and moved to the hills and forests, but others were subjugated, and then there was intermingling. And of course, you can see this in the genetic tracing that oftentimes connect to both original Celtic DNA and Germanic DNA from the people arriving. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I think that those are the Angles, the Saxons, and the Jutes. But once they become the Anglo-Saxons, so we're talking post-Bede, we're talking about Athelstan. At that time, it's like you call them the Anglo-Saxons. They are one, and that ethnicity is, of course, it's kind of a different discussion to the very beginnings. But yeah. Wow.
Hebrews didn't exist. Now, of course, he's not saying that no group of people who were the Hebrews ever existed. He's just saying that the version we know of, that's not real.
Okay, so basically all the rebellions the Romans tell us, so the Romans never tell us about this extensive war with Ireland, but they do invent the Jewish rebellions and all the movement of legions to quell them. And then even the word, by the way, Palestina, which is from which we get Palestine, which is a word that existed in period for the Roman Judea and some sections of it. The Romans invented it, and they did it on purpose to mock the Jews. They did it on purpose. They invented it to use it as a way to. They came up with the word. So the word is ancient, but it wasn't an endonym. An endonym is when a name is created by the people that use that name. The Romans made the word. But yeah, Rome is fake, you're right, sorry.
In reality, they were an Irish group, and their name came from Heber, from Ea. Now, he claims that word Ea, which he's saying is Old Irish, means fire. It doesn't. It also isn't the root of the word Hebrew in any way. And part of the reason I know this is because I am quite familiar with the Irish name meaning fiery one. It's mine, Aiden. And as far as this whole Hebrew...
Oh, that's awesome. That's actually a fun coincidence. Wow. Can you address the claim that Netanyahu is dead? How can I address it if I've never heard of it? I doubt he is dead. How would he be dead? Did he have a heart attack? I haven't got a clue. Who said it?
Hebrew derives from Heber, which derives from Ea thing. No, because Hebrew does not derive from Heber. It derives from a Greek word, Hebreos, which derives from the Aramaic Ibre, which derives from the Hebrew Ibri. And this...
So interesting. In Italian, when we say Jews, we call them Ebrei, gli Ebrei. We still use that word.
Whole obsession with personifications of the sun and such. By the way, he gives us like 4 different names for the sun in Irish and claims that all of them are names for the sun. Not a single one of them is an Irish word for the sun. But he works us back into the sun imagery by saying that Mil Espagnae, who is known as Milesius in the Levitical Erin, that he was a legendary forefather of the Gaels. Oh, wait, that's true. Oh, right, the personification of the sun thing. That's not. Mil Espagnae, of course, is a term that we believe derives from Latin and would have meant something along the lines of soldier of Spain. Why does this make sense? Well, considering that we have genetic evidence and cultural evidence that the Gaels were a Celtiberian group in Spain, it would make sense that one of their national heroes would be the soldier or hero from Spain who led them to Ireland. And this is an important piece of things because it's pretty likely that the Irish language developed in Iberia, not Hibernia. So you might be sitting here going, yes, of course.
Thank you very much for the super chat. Appreciate. Jan, Ben Shapiro and not pierced, Morgan. I mean, he did break his femur, I think, his bone down here, but he's not pierced, as far as I know. It's pierced with an S. Morgan are having a debate right now, in case you want to know. Oh, wow. Aren't they having, like, trouble in paradise? I know that they've been, like, going at each other, so I didn't know. I don't think I want to go into that today, though, but we might have a look at it later. Thank you for letting me know.
Of course, but how does all of this get us back to Hebrew and Irish? Well, it's because he makes a claim that Hebrew is in fact a dialect of Old Irish, which anyone comparing Old Irish and Hebrew can immediately see.
Of course it's not.
So I thought it would be fun to compare the phrases. Hebrew is a dialect of Old Irish in both Old Irish and Hebrew, but the problem I ran into is that there is no Old Irish word for Hebrew. Now, of course, when I think of other dialects of the English language, like Appalachian, we have a word for that. You know, you would think that if Hebrew was a dialect of Old
course.
Irish, there would be a Old Irish word for Hebrew. Along with all of this, he's been making the claim that there was a chief deity called Iesa, and that this was also an Old Irish term. The problem is, I could not find a single example of an Old Irish...
No, you know what they do? People that make these kind of theories, it's not even that complicated. They work on, it kind of sounds like it. Now, apart from the fact that coincidence happens, because as humans, there is only so many sounds that we produce. And while there is an enormous variety, absolutely, between Chinese and English and Italian and French and all the different varieties of languages in the world, it's still a finite number. And the number of combinations of syllables and consonant clusters and vowels and combination like that, they are finite. So, considering the enormous richness of different languages and dialects and regional varieties, obviously things are going to be sounding similar. And remember, similar is the key, because the reality is that if you really analyze it at a linguistic level, you will notice that even though something may sound identical, it actually isn't, because maybe vowel quantity is different, vowel quality is different. Both are phonemic values, so they can change the meaning of a word, not a small thing. The stress is different. Maybe one language is pitch-based, one language is stress-based. So while they may, even the way the consonants are produced might be different, you could use a voiced and I could use an unvoiced. Like, there is so much that even something sounds like, oh, are these two words related? But did you really analyze it to look how similar they really are? And even if, and there are situations where they sound almost identical, yeah, it's a coincidence. It's going to happen. It doesn't automatically mean, it could mean that there is some kind of a connection. Sometimes there is, or it could mean that they just independently sprouted in a similar way into completely unrelated scenarios. In fact, look at the word for name. The word for name in Italian, for instance, is nome, English name, nombre, or whatever the heck. In Japanese, it's namae, coincidental. It started with an N and then an A, kind of short. Yeah, purely coincidental. There's no reason to believe that our words influenced the way the Japanese pronounce that word. It just happened. It happens. It's inevitable. Exactly. Phonetic similarity is inevitable. Also because, think about it, there are tens of thousands of words in each language. It's not like our language systems have like 200 words each. And so you're like, what are the chances? Yeah, what are the chances when there are tens of thousands of words per language, and if not more, depending on how rich the language is, that it will inevitably happen that a name will sound a bit like, but this name sounds a bit like the word for fire in this completely related language and from a completely different side of the planet. Yeah. You need a little more than that to actually build a real connection that can be proven, and even that can even become an hypothesis, not even a theory. Theory is above hypothesis. So calling it, we shouldn't even call them conspiracy theories. We should call them conspiracy, not even hypotheses. I don't know. We need to come up with a different word. Wasn't that Morgan Shapiro debate a couple of days ago? I don't know, actually. Yeah, the whole situation between, it's crazy what happened between, I don't know what it is. It does look like, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of Piers Morgan, because sometimes I'll agree with him and I'm like, oh yeah, he's making a lot of sense. Yeah, I appreciate his position here because he kind of sounds centrist. But then he will say something, I'm like, come on, man, just shut up. So it's one of those cases where I've now become not a big fan of Piers Morgan because of he's said too many things that is like, just stop it. Just stop it. But in this debate, I'm kind of with him because it looks like Ben Shapiro got offended because Piers Morgan criticized the state of Israel. Anyone can criticize any state. Anyone should be free to criticize any state in a free society. Now, if you live in, I don't know, USSR, in communist Russia, you're not free to criticize your government. That's a problem with totalitarian regimes, particularly expressed in the 20th century. But even today, do you think you're free to criticize North Korea or the communist, the CCP? You're not free to criticize those countries because you live under a totalitarian regime. Or if we live in a democratic society, and we live, in this case, a constitutional republic, or we live in a place where there is freedom of speech and First Amendment rights, then not only do I have the freedom to criticize my own government without repercussions, but even more so, a foreign government. Anyone can criticize any government. Anyone can criticize any religion. Absolutely. Instead, unfortunately, we live in a situation where, and that's true, it's just a statement of fact, that if you criticize anything political or military that has to do with the state of Israel, you're immediately anti-Semitic. No. If you say racial stuff against the Jewish race, then it's anti-Semitism. That's it. That's the only definition. Likewise, you say anything about Islam, Islamophobic. Then why isn't Christianophobia a thing then? Why isn't white phobia? What are we going to call it? No, that doesn't get it. You can criticize all you want, Europeans. You can criticize all you want, white Americans. You can criticize all you want, the West in general. You can criticize Christianity. Doesn't get you a slap of anything. But for some reasons, Islam and Israel, you can't criticize. No, I think you should be free to criticize anything. Of course, I would always encourage people to maintain civility. And it's difficult when emotions are involved with it. I get that. I do. It's not easy to maintain control over your emotions. But then, of course, if people push towards, if they go into like incitement to violence, threats, then the government needs to intervene. But that's it. It really is. That's the way I think. And this is how it is. We are in free in the UK now. I know, Vodka Rob, and I really feel for you guys. Like I really mean it. And I know they're trying to pass more Islamophobia laws and criticism that is considered illegal. Oh, goodness gracious. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. You should be able to criticize Islam as much as you want. Unbelievable. Protected groups get favored by elites. Yeah, to me, some elites protect some groups if they think that those groups are going to vote for them. I really think it's that simple. Maybe it's too simplistic because I'm not like a super political analyst, but I don't believe it for a second that whatever kind of protection they're trying to push into law, particularly when it comes to hate speech laws, that it has anything to do with, no, but they actually care for these people. They just want to make sure that there is peace and then the toxic people. Yeah, I don't believe it for a second. It's all about control and vote. Control and vote. Because then you create a president, and that's a big problem in a free society. It is a big problem in a free society. Yeah. Thank you, South Texas Jeff, for the support. The double standards you're discussing are based on Marxist theory. Yeah, I can see that. Whites and Christians are oppressors, no matter the historical good we have done. In any case, collective guilt is a great sin. Yeah, it's complete nonsense. Particularly, collective guilt in general is nonsense, and it shouldn't be applied to any group. It shouldn't be applied to any group. But it is true that they're trying to push it and pin it on white people so hard. And unfortunately, it's working on some people that are the self-loathing. To me, those are the most cringe-worthy are the self-loathing white liberal women. I'm just going to say it. That's the most cringe-worthy people in our society right now to me. Cringe. Make me cringe. It is what it is. Because that's what they do. They just hate themselves so much. Like, it's like, oh, goodness gracious. Have some decency. My gosh. So, yeah, I'm just going to say it. And that's where we are, my friends. Let me check. So, pretty good channel, though. We watched half an hour of it. There is another 3 hours worth of content. We might have to split it into multiple reactions because, takes some time, I suppose, to organize. Anyways, what I was thinking is I would like to give you guys now a link, because for those of you who are interested in my reactions live, because I've noticed there were a few people saying, oh, I didn't know you streamed. I wish I could have joined the stream. So if you want to join the stream on YouTube, then I go live every Friday. Occasionally I'll have a special, like, today I just feel like going live, and I'll do it. But generally speaking, I go live once a week on the YouTube channel, but I do go live every day, exception being Saturdays and Sundays on Twitch. So if you like the idea of watching me play, for instance, apart from seeing these reaction videos or reading on articles and debunking videos live, you could do that by joining my Twitch so you don't miss them live. But also I am on Monday going to continue playing my Resident Evil Requiem. So we'll do a little bit of reaction, a little bit of articles, and then jump right into it. And I'm going to give you a link if you want to check it out, because it's going to be 3:30 Central Standard Time. And for some reasons, I gave the link to the people on Twitch right now. Genius right there. But yeah, so that's what I'm going to be for my Resident Evil. And will we game tonight? Unless I come back later, probably not, because I'm thinking of kind of because we've been live for 4 hours and I'm starting to get a little tired. I'm still getting used to the idea of live streaming. I know there are people that live stream for like 8 hours in a row, but at the moment I'm not there yet. Maybe we'll get there the more I continue. But I think for tonight, I'm going to call it a night. And on Monday, I'm absolutely playing Resident Evil Requiem among other things. I will be live at 3:30-ish, around maybe 3:30 to 4. Central Standard Time, and I really appreciate you guys being here for the live stream. Thank you very much for joining. Thank you for the support, for all the subscribers on Twitch. That was absolutely fantastic. I think we are at 145 out of 140. So this is my Twitch account, and really appreciate it. Thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate your support, and also thank you for everyone for the super chats on YouTube and the memberships. I really appreciate your generosity. So I will see you again on Monday, but of course I'm going to continue posting normally on Saturday and Sunday for the videos. And go check out the video for today, by the way. I posted a nice reaction to History Hit, the fun historian lady. If you haven't received a notification, you should definitely go check it out. But thank you very much for your support, guys. Really appreciate you. I will see you next time. Have a good one. And we're gonna stop first Kick. Thank you, Kick. Then we're gonna disconnect Rumble. Thank you, Rumble. Then we're gonna disconnect. I'm gonna do it one by one. Then we're gonna disconnect YouTube. Thank you.